kind of my welcome. So very quickly say thank you for OCC. It's an incredible building. And one of the things that's really important to know is that security is an important thing here in Orange County. So very simple. If there's any reason to call for the emergency to exit the building, we're just going to go out this hallway and then we're going to go left. And the rally area is right out there, right outside in the courtyard. And the OCC and staff will provide any directions we need once we get outside. But any sort of an emergency, notification, we're going out that hall, and I'll help lead you out. So I want to make sure that we're good there. I want to make sure. Okay, look. I want to make sure too that you're comfortable here. That's really important. So, Lon, did you want to make an offer about some tours maybe today or sometime in the future for the group to be aware of?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I think most of you are affiliated with, CASA or SCORP, and we're always available for tours of our plant number 1, as well as this building. So we can set up a specific tour for everyone if that's something that's desired, or we can offer you other tours that are open to the public. So you're always welcome to contact myself or Sam. We can make sure that gets scheduled. The plant is roughly 100 acres, and there's another treatment plant in Huntington Beach, also 100 acres. Same size as Disneyland. We think of that as our Disneyland, basically. So you're welcome to join us on a tour. This building went into occupancy June of last year. It's LEED Gold, so it's energy neutral. The solar panels that you see in the parking lot help to energize. We also use the biogas from our digesters to help energize this building. And for future plan across the parking lot, we actually own quite a few parcels in this immediate area. We hope to build our new lab there very soon. So it's in design phase right now. So next time you come, maybe in about 3-4 years, we will have basically the area flattened for the new lab construction, but you may see some schematics on design for the lab the next time you're here visiting with us. So we're hoping to upgrade. Our agency is 71 years old, and we're in major upgrade phase. Our annual CIP is about $300 million. We have about $13 billion worth of assets. So we invest quite a bit of money to maintain that 13 billion. When you put that in perspective, $300 million a year is actually a very reasonable investment. So yeah, we're happy to have you here. This building has been decades in planning and went through 3 rounds of board consideration, rejection, and finally approval. So we're very happy to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you. Steve, you want to take a second? We're going to kind of go around the room real quick and introduce ourselves. Steve Taylor.
Sure. I'm Steve Weisberg. I'm the executive director at SCORP, Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority. And I am probably the reason that we are here, because when we received the expert panel report and it had all those recommendations, I was looking to see what the community thought were the most important recommendations for us to work on. So I'm here today as a technical resource, but mostly as an observer.
I'm Karen Mogus, Chief Deputy Director, State Water Board, and interested as a user of the model.
Kyla Kelly, Water Quality Program Manager at the Ocean Protection Council. Interested as support the use of the model and as a funder of the model's development historically.
Thank you. Lon, let's go to you.
Okay, Lon Whiteberg, Director of Environmental Services here at OCC.
Lorian Fono, Executive Director of Bay Area Clean Water Agencies. We're engaged in a parallel scientific effort up in Northern California.
And we're missing today Steve Wagner from the Goleta Sanitation District. He just had knee surgery, so he couldn't make it today. Yeah, we can all appreciate that. And I think Sean Bothwell couldn't make it today, and Kristen Davis, who's one of our science advisors, couldn't be here today either. But you can tell it's a pretty powerful group. We've been working at this for a year, trying to sort through not just who was on the expert panel, but what kind of questions are they going to answer, and then working through the process of developing an independent report review of the work. So I want to go to Faisal. Why don't you continue on with the introduction so that everybody knows who you are and how you can help us out today.
Good morning. Faisal Kisuri. I'm a senior scientist and ocean modeler at SCORP. So
Keeper of the keys.
Yeah.
Martha, go ahead. I'll get you guys.
Martha Satula, SCORP. Tina Frieder, I'm also at SCORP. Sam Choi, OC SAN, Manager for the Environmental Compliance and Ocean Monitoring Programs.
Laura Tarikas, OC SAN, Scientist in Ocean Monitoring.
Danny Tang, the Supervisor for Ocean Monitoring Program at OCSAN.
Thomas Parker, I'm an environmental scientist within the reuse and compliance section at LA County Sanitation Districts.
Erica Bench, LA County Sanitation Districts, the Reuse and Compliance Manager.
Tiana?
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm Tiana. I'm with NWRI. I am the project coordinator today.
Want to see if we can test in the folks online?
Yeah, we have Lori Walsh online. If you can unmute
Hi.
yourself.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Lori Walsh. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks, Lori. Welcome.
Sorry, yeah, I'm pitch hitting for David Gibson, our executive officer. Today, he's not able to make it, but both Dave has reviewed the model and our senior scientist, Jimmy Smith, was also part of CTAG that had a lot to do with model creation and shaping of the model. So very interested to participate today. Thank you for having me.
Bill?
Yeah, he is not, he's declining. Oh, there he is. Okay, so you have speaking capabilities now?
Bill, can you hear us?
I can hear you. It just allowed me to switch to a panelist. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Phil Crater. I'm the Deputy Director with the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality. Here for the same reason as our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, pointed out. We're users and really interested in the conversation today. Thanks for everybody's time.
Thanks, Phil. I think we have some other folks online, but I think I want to move on because I think some people are coming in and I want to move on to the next part of this agenda. We may never get through this. So at any rate, I'm Kevin Hardy. I'm the Executive Director of the National Water Research Institute. I was just telling Kyla that I spent 30 years in San Diego County doing a couple of different things, working for 3 or 4 different public entities, and came to Orange County in 2017. So I'm happy to be here. This is exciting work. I think we've all heard a couple of really good comments over the course of this process that like no models work, but some are useful. And hopefully we can make this model extremely useful for the people of the state of California. The real important point here today is that this is kind of the culmination of the PSC's work. So this is really going to be a PSC, a committee-focused effort today. We're going to build in effort and opportunities for everyone else to chime in as time allows. And we've got some time reserved at the end of the day to make sure that we've got time for it. And I believe we'll have time for it. But I think it's really important to remember that we're focused today on the project steering committee members and hearing their perspectives on how we can prioritize this work. For the community members, again, we'll have an opportunity for you when time allows during each of the working sessions, and then we've got time reserved at the end. And of course, the NWRI staff are here today to support you. So if there's anything you need, Tiana's kind of our point person, and we really appreciate that. OC SAN, we mentioned security. Again, the emergency exits down the hallway to your left, assemble out in the courtyard. The restrooms are also out the hallway to your left or on your right-hand side as well. And they're very close. And this building is amazing. So if you need to get away for a minute, have a phone call or whatever, there's all kinds of little nooks and crannies where you can go do that. So if you need some privacy during the course of the day, if the pace is too much, if you got something else to do, take advantage of the building. I want you to feel free to be able to move in and out. But we've got a lot of work to do. We're not going to get through it if you're not comfortable. So make sure you put your personal comfort at the top of the list here. Real quickly, I want to go through and get centered on our goals for today. So first, the goal. Remember, SCORP, State Water Board, modelers, we all work in a very dynamic environment. And one of the things that didn't come with this independent peer review panel was a box of gold bricks to fund everything we want to do. So this is going to represent the work that we're going to do today is going to represent one of the inputs that Steve and the State Water Board are going to use to work through the CTAG, through the SCORP staff, through the CTAG, to the SCORP Commission, and come up and think about and consider what are the appropriate next steps in the model's development. They want to have this perspective. The process we want to use today is we want to leverage the PSC's expertise. They're not modelers, right? They don't have that perspective. That perspective resides elsewhere. But these folks have important perspectives about what the model should do in terms of its import in respect to public policy and respect to ocean quality, the water quality in the ocean. So we want to leverage the PSC's subject matter expertise and their diverse perspectives so that we organize the recommendations the panel gave us are in this effort and impact matrix. We'll talk more about that. But what we're trying to do is provide Steve a dynamic tool that he can pick and choose from that'll always show him what the priorities within that concept are. I mentioned earlier, we'll check in after each working session with the community as we move along. Why did I decide to use this effort and impact matrix? Basically, because I thought it was the best way to encourage to get a variety of different perspectives and to put them into a graphic kind of, when we get done, we'll have a kind of a view of stuff in a kind of hopefully a prioritized state that we can look at. I think provide a strong graphic that will really complement the bins and other things we talked about in terms of the communication of the, the work is really important. But for prioritization, effort and impact, I thought were a better concept to move along. The work product that we'll have today, when we get done today, hopefully each recommendation will be into the matrix. At least in 3 quadrants, we'll have them prioritized. There may be a quadrant that we don't need to prioritize, maybe 2, we'll talk about that. But when we get done with the quadrants being prioritized, we'll have an action plan that'll make sure that we transmit this prioritization memo and get this work transmitted to Steve on time for his use with CTAG and the SCORE Commission. So those are our goals for today. They're very focused. And so we're not publishing a report. What we're doing is we're providing really important perspective for the state board, for Steve, the SCORE Commission to take into consideration as they develop the model further. Here's our agenda. So we're gonna get into this introduction next. We'll go through the first working session, which is, at the end of the working session, if we can have identified what we think are the key sorts of recommendations where we need to focus our conversation today, and know a sense of how the others relatively stack up, we will have had a productive hour. But then eventually we're going to move those based on what we see and how we score them in terms of both their impact and what we view as their effort. Again, it's only one perspective on it. We want to put those recommendations into one of those 4 quadrants. So we'll find them into one of those 4 quadrants, and hopefully we'll get that done by 11:30. Then we can take some lunch. We'll go into our 3rd working session where now that we've kind of refined and put each of the recommendations into a quadrant, we need to take a look at those rankings and go take a little deeper dive, make sure that we feel comfortable with those rankings. And if we need to do some refinements, move things in between quadrants. And as we talk about use cases, we may find that some recommendations might fall into more than one box based on a use case. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then hopefully by 2 o'clock, we can recap takeaways, and we've got time before our 3 o'clock adjournment where we can ensure that we get comments from members of the community. So that's our agenda. That's our goal. Any questions before we get started?
I have a question. When we last met, there was some discussion of categorizing the recommendations to make this be a little bit more digestible. Are we still, I was somewhat expecting to see that as part of the materials for today's meeting, but am I missing something?
No, not at all. I'm gonna pull the matrix. I didn't want to bias you all, but what I have is I've kind of pulled some ideas out, and I'm gonna help you kind of work through that today. So yeah.
Not impact, that's not what I meant. Not the impact effort categories, but you had some slides that had some categories of general types of.
Yeah, Steve's bins.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that part of this?
We're not going to use those today. I was trying to explain that I felt that the effort and impact, we couldn't organize them according to those bins. Those bins are great for communicating what we're doing, and they're good for understanding where the recommendation falls in respect to others. But in terms of prioritizing it, I couldn't find how we would get from those categories to a prioritization. So what I've suggested is that rather than bidding them that way and starting, I would like to hear your perspectives on input, on impact, and the impact of the recommendation and what the effort is. And with those recommendations, we'll put into one of those 4 categories that effectively will bin them. And so Yeah, that's the answer. I couldn't figure out how we would prioritize them from the bins that we had, is the answer to that question.
And what kind of input are you expecting from the panel on effort?
From the panel? Or from
Yeah.
you all?
From the committee, right?
Well,
We don't know.
yeah, ultimately, isn't it the science team that is going to be dictating effort? Is there anything that we can add on that?
Well, I think that they're here. I'm not sure that there is, but I think that I want to have a shared, I want to have everybody hear the same thing on what the level of effort will be as we make that decision.
The way I understand it is that once we define or get a better grasp of what these recommendations actually mean, I think the binning into what Steve had envisioned is going to happen essentially as a foundational piece in the background. But it seems like what we're talking about today is practicality, is, how important is it to every one of us on the PSC, and who's going to have the resources to fund it, if you will, or who are already funding something along those lines, such as potentially OPC, OC-SAN. So is that what you're envisioning? Meaning that we've got the SCORP experts here plus Steve, we can wrap our heads around just how monumental of effort it is that we're talking about to meet these recommendations. I think that sounds to me like the effort piece. But then the commitment, whether or not the commitment from, for example, taking OC-SAN as a test case, to get to where we are looking at the outfall specific impacts, that's some time out, that's years out potentially, because the model is not quite ready for that yet. Even though we're poised to pay for something like that, the prioritization may not list that as a first tier because we simply can't do it yet. So as a test case, although we have the funding available, we have the resource available, we may be able to support the effort. It may not be first line priority because we still have to figure out the first order impact issue with the model. And that to me seems to be in line with the recommendations from the expert panel, which is you've got to get the horse before the cart. So today it seems like we're trying to figure out which staging process we're in and who can help to fund some of those staging. And if we all agree that the horse is the priority, then we need to concentrate on getting the horse in place before we attach the cart to the horse, so to speak. Is my simplistic way of understanding what we're trying to do today, but does that sound consistent with what you're envisioning?
Yeah, my vision, that's exactly what I envision is that we give Steve a document that differentiates among the types of recommendations that were made in these 4 dimensions, right? What are the quick wins? What are and we kind of get what those are, which is that they have high impact. We don't have to do a whole lot to get them. And you are all going to have a different view, I think, on what the quick wins are, or I think there'll be at least more than one view. The high impact, high effort stuff, that's tough. Those are strategic investments. We want to hear your perspective, and we can go on for the next 2 as well, same concept, but we need to hear this group's perspective because when Steve goes to look for funding, the funding for this work is going to come from a variety of different sources. It's going to be motivated by a variety of different objectives in that funding. And so we want to be able to provide Steve across a variety of different concepts. So these 4 different ideas of, hey, where are our priorities at? I thought that this would get us there more rapidly than those. They're really good from converting, talking about what we're doing in the model, but in terms of us working through a process to get to how we can give Steve a usable, practical tool that'll work for the development of the model in the environment he's going to move into, I thought this was better. So that was kind of my approach. And frankly, like I mentioned earlier, that we might not have to do one group of recommendations. These high effort, low impact. It's high effort, low impact. Kind of that low that we don't. If that's something we want to delay, then we need to get that out there. I'm not sure we need to prioritize that, right?
So I don't know that you're actually getting towards what Lon is talking about, which is sort of logical dependencies, that there's a project is a lot more impactful if another project has been already
Prerequisites.
yeah, as a prerequisite. So there's nothing in these 4 bins that gets to that. But what I'm hoping is after we have consensus on what these 4 bins are and what projects go in them, then we can do a finer set of recommendations that take into account that sort of logical flow or critical path for projects.
That would be the third step where we refine those rankings, we get them, figure out which were the most impactful that we're gonna focus on, which of the four quadrants they fit in. And then the last piece of work we'll do is to prioritize the quadrants that we think are important, which would include the logical sequencing for, say, if you've got a condition precedent or we got data, whatever the condition precedent might be, yeah.
But I'd like to take a few minutes, make sure we tie back to what Karen was asking and the bins that you spoke of. It's been, sorry, it's a little bit hundreds of meetings since we talked about this. So can you remind me, Steve, a little bit about what you were speaking on in terms of your bins? And do you envision you successfully marrying those, that we can marry those two?
Well, going to your last point, there's a lot of ways to organize, so just follow what Kevin has. But the 4 bins I had talked about, one, things that you do to quantify model uncertainty. Second bin are things that you do to expand the model, for example. Finding change the scale around outfall. The third was start using the model for application.
New model runs,
for scenarios. Some of those could be regulatory scenarios, some of those could be context scenarios. And the fourth one is, how do we put the model into the community, make it a community model? So those are the 4 bins we had talked about last time.
Which would have made it a lot easier for me. I mean, I was hoping to see that because this is a wide range of recommendations from really high level to really detailed. And so I was hoping to get that more organized way of looking at the recommendations. And so I don't know why we abandoned it, but I'm feeling it's challenging to start with this 40 list.
When we look at the recommendations from the panel, Steve, do you have a sort of a readily apparent bin where each of these recommendations might fall into?
Right, I could give you.
Because that would help, because then we can prioritize in such a way that quantifying model uncertainty, I think based on all the meetings we've had, is a high priority issue, but it could also be a lot of effort, if you will. So in that frame, I think that I'm thinking about it as almost like GIS layers. We can layer the categorization, the 4 categorization on top of each one of these recommendations, but then sort them into, this sounds really nice, but is a high level of effort and high impact. I think they're compatible.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
so
think they are too.
I think
And
we can make that
if you
happen.
like, if that'll help, we can do that as we go through. Because the first thing we need to go through is to look at the 40 recommendations and to figure out, as we look at them individually, is this an important recommendation? Is this something that there's an actual action there? There's a number of them that there's simply value statements that speak to an approach on a lot of different tactics. So I think the first thing I think that we ought to do is if it would help for you all to hear Steve's take on the bin, why don't we go through and we'll just hit those things. We can talk about a bin real quick. And then what I'd also like to get through in this first go through is if there's one of these recommendations, if it's particularly important to your group, I'd like to know about that as we go through, because I think that way we can focus the conversation we have today on the items that are the most important. Okay, so with that, before we get any further, I want to make sure that we go through if there's anything else. The cost, we didn't really, it's hard to deal with cost, but let's get these things, if we move the prioritization, as we move into the quadrants rather, I want you to be aware that, and remember that if there's a use case that changes something, make sure that we bring that up, okay? Because there are, a couple of use cases that might change the way we think about a particular recommendation.
One small thing, you asked a question about essentially effort, which I translate to cost. Kevin asked me to come prepared to give the group essentially approximate cost for any item you go through and time to achieve.
Thank you.
In not to the decimal point.
Right. Not going to go on your KPIs, Steve.
The other thing I didn't want to do today was get into a quantitative discussion, having led scoring processes with smart people in the past. I felt like I wanted to just make it maybe semi-quantitative, but I really want to focus on like as we go through and score things that were important to us. You know, is this a low priority? Is it a high priority? Is it in the middle somewhere? And I think maybe some of the conversations, it might be in the middle. We'll see. But then as we move into the matrix and adjust the placements, that's where we can begin to think about use cases. And then do they fit in more than one place? And then how do we prioritize them? So session 3, then we'll come back. You can take a break, come back, and hopefully then have a final ranking within each of the quadrants. So that's the way we want to approach it. So now what I want to do is let's pull Deanna, can we pull up the spreadsheet?
Mary, can you share your screen?
Let's get to it. Get going.
Can everybody see that?
Here we go.
Yes.
Can we go full screen too?
Let's see here. Oh, sorry. I don't know where the full screen thing is on here.
I think she's sharing her screen.
It's
Application. And we'll go full screen.
let's see. It's there we go. That's as big as it'll go.
You get the IT guys? Because we had this thing on the whole screen before. Anyway, while they were getting the IT stuff, see, I think let's go to yeah, let's start now. There's a Google Doc. You all have the link to the Google Doc. If you want to call the Google Doc up, you're welcome to do that. And you can look on that as well. This first recommendation though, is a good example, right? Increased confidence in the output, showing the effect of the interest. So Steve, this is going to be in which of your communication bins?
Right, so that's model improvements, but it doesn't say if you're talking about number 1, it doesn't actually say what the model improvement is. So it's pretty vague.
Mm-hmm.
That would be in the model improvement.
That'll be the model improvement. What about the second one?
It says improvements and then it says validation, but most of that recommendation is validation.
If it's talking about increasing confidence, Steve, it seems like it's addressing your model uncertainty. Then, is that correct?
Okay.
Again, this seems like more like
It's not really actionable.
right. It's not
So-
actually.
Yeah, this is what I was struggling with.
Yeah.
You start getting into it, you're like, well, exactly what are we supposed to do? It seems like that's an overarching value of the approach to be taken. And there are a number of these, so let's is there any strong disagreement with the idea that there are a series of model improvements that you could do and that tasks you could do that would increase the confidence of the model? Well, everybody believes that, right?
Yeah, and the summarized guidance. So Steve, this is where I'm going to lean on you. Improve and conduct additional validation of model to increase confidence, output showing the effects of nutrient reduction. This seems to be a high impact and it's a top priority for many of us. Is that, would you agree? If you look at cell G6 is what I'm looking at.
So I'm gonna avoid answering that, Lon, because my opinion, I have my own opinions. But I'm really looking for the group's opinion. What I don't want to do is opine on whether this is important or not.
Well, as our science advisor, that's partly what I'm leaning on you, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Because
that's kind of-
again, you know, I think all of us on the PSC would like to respect the scientific opinion, right? As far as the level of effort and the impact associated with this particular recommendation, and frankly, the importance, and it seems important. It's not to say that
Right,
the
I'm-
model
I'm-
has not been, maybe the word choice could be improved as far as the summarized guidance, but
So here's, I'll maybe help with the thinking without opining.
okay,
Okay. There's a class of activities which we called enhancing understanding of uncertainty.
right,
Within that, you have three major sets of recommendations.
Yeah.
One is
There.
do more validation against data. And essentially what you're doing there is you're predicting, you're saying the model predicts this cell will have this. Does it actually have this? Does it match up well with the data? And it's more complex than that because the data could be imperfect too. But that's what you're doing. And when we say validation, that's what people typically talk about. The second possibility is sensitivity analysis, where you basically say, I want to look at
right,
how critical is this value? I chose a value and parameterized the model. What if I had chosen
right.
50% more, 50% less? Is my model insensitive or sensitive? That's a second thing that basically gives you some understanding of the uncertainty. Because if you tweak it and it gets a difference, then you have uncertainty, or you know what parameter you want to increase. The third possibility the panel raised is an ensemble model approach, where you basically build another model. Should say adapt another, well, it's build sort of, but it's you create another model and see whether or not it makes the same prediction. So I think what you all need to do is probably first off figure out, are you happy with the uncertainty analysis we've already done? We've published lots of papers. And if you're not feeling like enough of that has been done, then you basically be arguing that I want more uncertainty assessment. And then of those, which of those three approaches provides the greatest comfort for you that that we're better quantifying uncertainty.
Right. And I think if I'm hearing the field practitioners correctly, we could benefit from additional data. Is that
Right, so that's almost like a subcategory of validation.
correct? Yes, so
and,
so I think validation is an appropriate word in terms of improve essentially data available data, or improve or increase the amount of data that is directly relevant to the investigation. So, and then as far as the sensitivity analysis goes, I think of it as essentially, are we having major tick marks on the dial or minor tick marks? How fine do we have to slice this thing? Because it affects the computational investment significantly. But that's the second category you speak of, is that right? Okay, so, and I think that's also important because we are looking at socializing this model so that others can use it. And how you set the tick marks on the dial is important, because for things such as pH, where the relationship is exponential, one minor adjustment of 1/10 of a pH unit could make a huge difference. And for other things that are step functions, these adjustments could make a huge difference too. Next thing you know, you're going for a zero impact to measurable impact. You have to set those set points very, very carefully. And I think this is an area where if we are going to socialize this model as a priority, we need to have full disclosure as how we have arrived at these set points, and making sure that others can follow the trails that, for example, the experts like Faisal have blazed. And there may be some constraints when you first blaze that trail because resource considerations that you couldn't cut it as fine as you like. But for really important multi-billion-dollar investments, we have to have a high level of confidence, and therefore we have to optimize the uncertainty. And I think that's also predicated on data. So it's a mouthful, guys, but I think this is an important point. And I think we can refine the summarized guidance based on what Steve, you just mentioned in terms of three categories, and reassess whether or not this would be a high impact, high effort bin, if you will, item.
What I'm hearing is you feel like this is high impact.
Very much so, but unfortunately, it's worded in such a way, I agree with Steve 100%. This is like a statement rather than an actionable item, but I think we can summarize it to make it actionable with Steve's help.
So what I just heard was that this is a high impact concept, and I heard from Steve that it's a high effort as well.
Well, I can give you effort. Would that be helpful?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. So if you're going to do, again, there's 3 categories. I'll go through each category and I'll even give you a subcategory. If you want to do the validation, which is the comparison of field collected data to model prediction, for each new data set that you're asking us to do that for, and the panel identified a whole bunch of possible data sets, figure kind of about $100,000 to do a comparison between a field data set. Obviously, if you give us multiple field data sets, it's multiple 100,000, but $100,000, and figure that that's something that we can do in months, because in a sense, the model's already been run. All you have to do is compare it to this new data set. And then, of course, all the interactions we'll have to have with people to work through and look at it in a variety of ways. Possibility number 2 is validation against a new data set. Why would you want to do a new data set? Again, I'm going to try and answer your questions along without opining on whether you should do this. But we have done a validation against a fair number of data sets. And there are shortcomings of existing data sets. Right? First off, the thing that you probably want to most compare to is acidification measurements like pH. And the pH data that's been collected in Southern California is not real precise. So you have that problem. So that's why we have been focused actually on validation against other parameters, because there's so much uncertainty in the pH measurements. So you could get better pH measurements. Second shortcoming of existing data is that it's not usually collected on at the spatial and temporal scales that are ideal. In other words, I've got one point that was collected here, and that represents our model box is this. You got one point here, and you got one point in time, and we're trying to make an estimate of what happens. So you could do collections that are organized around, I'm collecting those for validation. And of course, you brought up the idea that maybe we want to do things around a local outfall where the scales change. The data for doing that level is probably greatly needed. The cost for doing that is obviously dependent on the cost for the collection more than it is once you have the data, it's only $100,000 to do the comparison. But the cost for collecting the data could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the timescale collect data from the time we started to the time we actually got it, several years.
And we certainly don't want to come across like we're, slow walking this thing by saying we need more data, more data, more data. But I do believe that there's a general recognition that there are some gaps that need to be filled with some of the data.
And that's what I want to find out. When you say, if everybody here agrees, that's important, you can do some things simultaneously. You can say, I'd like to see that plus this, just recognizing that this part takes long. The second major category is sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis is very expensive, right? Why? All right, think about it this way. Anytime we're doing a sensitivity analysis, we're doing new model runs, right? And roughly, later on, you're going to ask me about what's the cost to run a scenario, like a new scenario. We talked about the context one of, I want to see what happens with climate change. If I have an alternative climate change, how does it affect the local? A model run like that, think of round number, $100,000. When you're doing a sensitivity analysis, what you're doing is saying, I've got a model run I've done this way. Oh, let me rerun the model. I'm going to tweak a parameter, but you don't tweak it once. What you typically do when you do a sensitivity analysis is go, here's where I'm at. I'm going to do one on this side at double, one on this side at 50%, 150. So you're running 4. Is that truly 100,000 for each? Maybe not, because there's probably some economy of scale of how you do it, but it's close. Think of it as $100,000, and that's just for one parameter. What if you want to do 10 parameters at 4? You can see it goes up into the millions very quickly. So if you want, again, you're on your effort scale, it's costly to do. Does that provide you better information than a validation does? Okay, the third category in this is the ensemble approach. The ensemble approach, basically you have to develop or evolve a model to run in parallel. There are two models that we could do that for. One is, well, I don't need to get into details of which one. There are two models we could do. Each of those, developing those models and then running them side by side, probably about $500,000 each. And from a timing perspective, at least a year.
Okay. Now, this background is going to apply to a lot of the ones we're getting ready to talk to here. So I appreciate you providing that kind of background. I know it sounds to me like this is both a high impact and a high effort concept. Is it?
Don't look at
talking
me.
$1 million. I'm just looking around just saying I haven't heard any conversation yet that this is not both high impact and high effort. Tiana, did Lori have a question?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Thank you. And the conversation got, 20 steps beyond the question already, but Steve, explaining those three categories within what we would define as needing improvement. The model is pretty good in a lot of aspects. And so my question was, how much improvement is needed? And I think that's what Steve was getting to, and how much is needed and where are the two questions that I would ask to be able to rank things with more confidence. So someone could argue that let's take the model we have, put in the data we have and start to use it and then refine it over time. But I was trying to type notes fast. Steve mentioned, it sounds like the pH data is something that needs some attention sooner rather than later. So my question was, I understand the data, the model is pretty good. How much improvement do we really need right now? Which may put this as a lower priority. There's three different legs to this word improvement, so that's hard for me to give it a score necessarily.
And Lori, I agree in that, the model is pretty good. It's in fact what the panel had found, that the model is good for first order impact assessment. Where I think I've heard from Steve is this is a bookend model, right? All or nothing. And for the POTWs, we can't do all or nothing at this time, which is why things like additional data that would enable us to do additional sensitivity analysis on how much do we need to do to make a noticeable difference. Because I think I want to face that elephant in the room that all or nothing is not doable. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to rip out streets and lay pipes within, say, the next 5 to 10 years without increasing the cost of living for everybody and disrupting a lot of different things. We're responsible for facing the ratepayers throughout California every single day. We have to have pragmatic, stepwise approach on how we're going to get to where we want to go, which is addressing this OAH issue. And we have to verify that this issue is real, that and more importantly, that our intervention is going to make a difference. I need to know what we need to do to get to that point where we are going to make a difference. Whereas, as we have alluded to earlier, if this all or nothing approach will be to do everything, let's just pretend we can. We can address all the nutrients from the POTWs tomorrow, and we're overwhelmed by climate change effects within the next 10 years. We just wasted billions of dollars. Maybe not wasted entirely, but we could have spent it elsewhere to address a much bigger problem, which is the global climate change. So I just want to make sure we keep this responsibility in mind when we talk about these academic pieces of what's practical, effort, and so on and so forth, because the sensitivity analysis is important. I think that's the piece that tells us how much that dial could be turned by those of us who can turn it at the POTWs, but on the other side, how much effect benefit or lasting benefit are we going to see on the other side? I don't think the model can tell us that right now, can it?
Do you want me to address that?
Yeah, I would actually.
So, so let me start out by saying the all or none was never intended as a realistic scenario. The all or none was because we as model, we went into this with the idea that nutrients that are coming from upwelling might just overwhelm whatever is local. And so the all or none was going, is there any difference at all? If there's not much difference, then why would I bother fleshing this out? Well, it turns out that there was theoretically, again, this is even a decision that other people have to make, enough difference that we should keep going with the model. All right. I think what I want to do though is in what you're talking about is differentiate. I just want to provide clarity between, I guess, what I'll call scenarios versus sensitivity analysis. So sensitivity analysis is when I tweak, in a sense, how the model operates. I might be tweaking essentially the way phytoplankton falls through the water, or the speed at which it dies, or the speed, not the thing that in a sense a manager would care about, but it's the guts of how a model is working. It has all these equations. And you might say, well, what if you had built that equation this way versus that way? So it's essentially a sensitivity analysis of the model itself. Some of the sensitivity you're talking about is what I would put in the bin that we call scenario, where you go, okay, let's assume the model is accurate in its predictions. Now I want to know what happens if I reduce nutrient inputs by this amount from this plant, this amount from this plant, this amount. That would be in the scenario analysis. So not, I mean, understand why it comes across as sensitivity to nutrient inputs. But we think of that as essentially scenarios in which we're applying. And if that's a high priority for this group, that's great. That's what you see. Scenarios, basically think of them as something that can be done in 6 months, $100,000. You all can make a list of 10 scenarios that you think we should be working on.
That was helpful, Steve, for me, for sure. And then can you just reiterate, Steve, what was meant by all or none?
Right. So right now you have nutrients that are coming in to the model from land-based sources. You have, and within land-based sources, you have runoff, you have discharges, and then you have nutrients that are coming from upwelling, and then you have nutrients that are coming from the atmosphere. And in essence, what the model run is, essentially we build the model and we have it run with the nutrients as they are presently coming into the system, and then essentially turn those off. We basically say there will now be no nutrients coming from runoff. There will be no nutrients coming from discharges. How does the system change? So it was kind of bookended. It's like, is this an issue at all? And that is not a realistic management scenario for darn sure.
Thank you.
Appreciate that background and kind of.
Hopefully what you all will do is identify, if you feel the model operates well enough, that you'll start to identify for us what are some of those scenarios you think should be run next.
And is it fair to say the panel, the expert panel, agrees that the model is set up well enough to do the first order, meaning region-wide, theorizing that there could be an impact, it's worth investigating further? I think that's where we are right now. But to improve the model in such a way that when you start assessing, for example, turning off a specific outfall, so to speak, right? Or reducing the input from that particular outfall by, say, 50%, which OCSAN has done, seems to me like that's where the model could be improved to give us the confidence, because that reflects a lot of investment, not just for 2.6 million people, it's actually 7 million people, including upper watershed. And those of us who have to explain that investment to them have to be able to explain that to them.
So again, the word improvement, again, I don't want to provide any opinions, but I'll see if I can provide some clarity. The word improvement has a ton of possible interpretations. For me, the way that I understood improvement in the context of the panel report is not improvement in which runs you do, but improvement in the model itself.
Like the
Right.
parameters you would add to the model and so on and so forth.
Or not add, but tweak,
Tweak.
right?
What
So-
about?
So,
things-
so let me give you examples of improvements. I think there are two, in my mind, major classes of improvements, right? Beyond the improvement of running more appropriate scenarios. Possibility one is that we do uncertainty analysis and we find the uncertainty is larger than you would like, right? In which case, you've now got to go in and figure out why you have that uncertainty. So maybe we did a sensitivity analysis and it shows that the model, yeah, can I just tweak it a little bit? Look how much different the answer is. Then what you'd probably want to do is do more field studies to say, oh, how good is that parameter I used? All right. Or let's say field study could be lab studies. You do some studies that would help you. Alternatively, you find that the sensitivity isn't that great. Your answers are roughly the same, even if I tweak it a little bit. So you don't put a lot of time into that. And I think that's what they were kind of suggesting is as you do more validation and more sensitivity, you'll learn how well the model is doing and what you might want to do to improve the model. Second class of improvement is exactly what you were talking about before, Lon, is that right now the model is organized around regional scale questions. It's pretty darn impressive that we've got it down to 300-meter grids. But if you want to do something, say, looking at your plume and how it changes, you know, as you get a more dense plume with more recycling, 300 meters isn't going to cut it. But model improvement would be make the grids smaller. And I think we've been talking with you about like 10-meter grids. You might then ask, okay, well, is that to answer another question or is that to answer your regional scale question? That's something where I'm looking for the input from you is that the kind of model improvement?
I think as we go on in the spreadsheet, we will see additional suggestions or recommendations from the panel on the parameters specifically. So I think we'll tackle those as we get there. But sorry, Kevin, circling back.
I wanted to get some of the background is interesting, kind of get the conversation going, but yeah, I do want to kind of, the idea here is that it's, again, is there something that we need to do here? Or is this a value set? Because my take is that as we pull through here, what you're going to see is there's, the fourth box that Steve talked about is the democratization box, which I think is going to be an important box to kind of deal with today, and from a BIN standpoint, we're not going to be able to answer all these questions today. I think we can get Steve's perspective on what he thinks are important. I think that you all can get, add your perspective to what's important. It's not going to be but it's not going to be the final say here. So we don't need to have absolute, perfection here. What I want to be able to do is be able to tell Steve, what's the difference between the things that we should be doing right now, which are the quick kind of wins. And we're not talking about quick, we're not there with a quick win. And the material, the work that's going to be long-term, strategic, and require deep funding. I think we'll get there if we can kind of just plow through this. Like, if, for instance, we just talked for 15 minutes about number 1. Number 2 and 3 and 4, to me, have very similar feels to them. Do you collect more observational data in the near field of outfalls? And the answer is yes. If you're going to use it especially about use case, why wouldn't we collect more data? The question is, how long is it easy to do? And I think we've heard Steve already say that a lot of the data that we need is challenging to collect or that we don't have. So do we need to collect more data? Yes. Do we know what it is? Steve, that's the question. The second one, it says collect more observational data in the near field of outflow and nearshore coastal region. Do we know do we have that observational data already? And if we don't, what's the process for collecting it?
So I think this, going back then, Kevin, is I think number 1 seems to have fallen into the high impact, high effort, just an overarching.
For sure.
Okay, so we're moving on to number 2. And if we're talking about collecting more observational data to support essentially the acceptance of the model by the community, that's high impact. and is clearly high effort. And for example, I know my team has looked into deploying more moorings that would be situated near some of the hotspots that SCORP had discovered in some of the modeling south of Catalina. You know, yes, it's $1 million, but $1 million versus a $13 billion investment or something to that effect. It's a worthwhile investment. So I think if we put things in that perspective, yes, it's high effort, but I think it's high importance from one committee member's perspective for number two.
We're thinking about the list of, in the meeting packet and stuff, and we're thinking about the different ways you can categorize impact and stuff. I think this one, ultimate for number two, ultimately, these more observations would help with plume modeling, which does have an eye impact for policy and management decisions in that sense. I know there's a lot of different categorization types, but from the OPC perspective, that is high impact to have that additional information.
I was just going to echo what the others were saying. Ultimately, to get community acceptance of a model, it needs to be paired with observational data, basically under any circumstances. My question was going to be, though, if you look further down in these recommendations, there's data sets that were called out that already exist.
Yeah.
That the panel recommended that the model be validated against. So what I would like to see before designing a new monitoring program is how can we best leverage the existing monitoring programs? Which I don't have a lot of information about.
Yeah. Makes sense. Steve, what's your sense like in thinking about if we can leverage those data sets? Is this a huge effort to collect more observational data? Is it is there a linear relationship between the data, the amount of data you collect and the amount of effort? Or is it more, as Lorian suggested, maybe we can leverage data sets?
Let's see if I can understand the question. Are you asking about the value of existing data versus new data? Or are you asking about the cost of?
I was thinking about, do we have to create a paradigm to create the data? Or can we leverage existing data sets?
Okay, I'm going to try and answer what I think the question is. And maybe just provide a little bit of perspective. There have been a lot of validations done against existing data sets. Are there other existing data sets we could use? Yes, there are. The panel identified a number of them. There's the recommendations. I think that's up to you whether or not you would find that of value. Obviously, the modeling team picked the ones it thought were the best. That doesn't mean it's a complete list. So you have to figure out what they've done versus the quality and the value of the data that's out there. When you're talking about collecting new data, it's going to be more purpose-driven. All right, so I will give you, I think, a few shortcomings, and you have to figure out whether these are important shortcomings to you. The existing data will likely be for parameter that we haven't done already, will likely be for parameters that are farther away from the parameters you're making decisions around. So I think one of the panel recommendations was do stuff on thermal. In other words, you can get some stuff on thermal, and how warm the water is, and how well does the model predict that. That's pretty far. Let's say I'm off by 10% on the temperature, but you really care about oxygen or you care about acidification. You are then stuck with having to go, okay, does that 10% mean that I'm off by 10% in acidification? Or does it mean I'm off by 1% in acidification? Because it's not a one-to-one relationship. So that's what you'd have to ask is, are the parameters I'm doing against relevant to the things that I care about? In contrast, if you do new data, you can solve 2 or 3 problems. Problem number 1 is you can get closer to the parameters you want. I gave you the example of acidification. The acidification data for doing validation is very poor right now. Again, trying to elaborate, those of you who aren't aware, I won't pick on, well, I'll pick on Lon.
Sure.
No, I'll pick on, where's, I think Danny right said he's the head of monitoring. The historic data that we have was done with what's called glass electrode sensors that go through the water column. They're the standard of the industry, but they're plus or minus 0.4 pH units. And you're trying to get the precision of like less than 0.1. So how can you use that data in a very limited way? You can go after general patterns. If you collect new data, you can now go out and get data that's very precise for the parameters you care about. So that's one part. The second part is if you go out and get new data, you can essentially change the spatial and temporal scales at which you collect the data to better match what the model predicts. So again, if you're left with, well, I got this measurement here, but I've got a prediction for this area and they don't match, is it because this measurement isn't a good representation of this entire box? You can measure the entire box, or you can measure the entire temporal box. So you can fix that. The third thing you can do is you can go to places and times that you care about. So Lon brought up, the model has identified certain areas that are more likely to be affected than other areas, right? Those aren't typically the areas where we have data. So we could go, also if we're going to build models, the specific one that's here, in the near, it says we're prepared for more evaluation of observations in the near field of outfalls. We don't have a lot of those near field, the 10-meter kind of things, moving 10 meters away from an outfall and that kind of way. So you can optimize the collection in ways that will help you with model validation. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and again, we're coming back to these early recommendations that kind of have these big kind of picture kind of blushes. I think it's important to understand that there's no easy answers to, I think, to any of these. They're all complicated and they're all going to take long periods of time to sort out based on a number of factors. So let's move on to AOU, because this is one that I don't have any sense about. It seemed to be important to the panel to focus more on AOU rather than absolute oxygen concentration, but
Kevin, this is Mary.
yes.
Hi, it's Mary. I've got a question. Just in terms of the spreadsheet, do you want me to start making any notes as you have this discussion over here in the quadrant placement section of the spreadsheet? I know Lon had mentioned on the first one that it seemed like a high impact, high effort item.
I'm tracking them on the next sheet. I'm tracking them
Okay.
right now.
Okay, so you're in the quadrant assigned sheet.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not in it. Yeah, I'm tracking them.
Just let me know if you need me to put anything up here for you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so AOU and the absolute oxygen concentration, I mean, I'm looking around, maybe somebody at this table can explain why it's so different, but I don't know that it's important. Steve, I think it really, the model was developed based on absolute oxygen concentration. What does changing it to AOU mean? That can't be easy.
And I just.
Do you want an answer?
I heard it.
It's just
All right, let Martha do
totally
it.
painless. It's just a way of expressing it. We track moles of oxygen, like atoms, moles, like how much oxygen, and you can express it any way you want to. So this is just another way of expressing it and testing to see, what it's really doing is testing it against a measure of how much biological activity is present, which is a little bit harder to do than just if, the major controls on oxygen in the ocean are just from deep source water itself. It makes it a harder test for the model. And Margie was just saying, make it a little harder on yourselves, demonstrate that you got it right. It doesn't change the model at all. It only changes how we visualize it in validation. Probably not a problem.
So low effort, but what's your opinion about the impact?
So Martha,
Don't ask me.
do not answer.
I agree.
That's
Don't
your,
ask me.
that's yours.
I mean, I don't know that anybody here has the ability to make that.
Yeah, that's why we got science advisors. I think you're good. We're among friends.
I don't know that anybody has
because-
a lot of emotional load
Yeah,
attached
like-
to this either. Like,
I mean, the committee is relying on the experts to give us answers, right?
Well,
And
So
Martha's an
think of,
expert,
think of
so-
this one as if you want to go down the validation route with existing data, this would be one particular parameter that you would use to do that. They list many possible parameters. And to me, I think your better conversation is how important is it for you to do, first off, how important is it for you to do more uncertainty analysis relative to, you say, maybe I want to run scenarios. Am I at the point where I shouldn't even bother running scenarios because I really don't trust the model at all? So why would I care if it gave me a different scenario? Or is it's in reasonable shape so I can run scenarios and at the same time, I can get a better understanding of if scenario A and scenario B come out this different, the uncertainty analysis will help me interpret a difference of that much. Is it real or is that just model uncertainty? So you can do them simultaneously. But I think that's really the question in front of you is how much, or you actually brought it up, do I have to do the validation work first before I even bother? If you're going to do the validation work, or I shouldn't call it, you're going to do the uncertainty assessments, then is the validation route against data the best way to go? Sensitivity analysis the best way to go? The ensemble approach the best way to go? This is just one parameter within the context of validation.
right. So if we
And if, in fact,
agree-
if you give us, no, I really want to do this, we can even come back and say, okay, well, that's the best parameter to do.
Well, let's go back to sort of with the discussion among the committee a moment ago, that we're not the experts. That's partly why we curated this international panel of experts come up with these recommendations. And what we're trying to understand is, you know, within the SCORP team that generated the product that was being reviewed, when you look at these recommendations, the practicality of implementing the recommendation, you know, I think, Martha, thank you for jumping in to provide a bit of context. What I'm trying to understand is the level of effort. So can you tell me a little bit about the level of effort to exercise or to follow this recommendation?
Right, so if we took number 3 and did apparent oxygen utilization, essentially, we already have existing data sets to do that with. We already have model runs to do that with. It will probably cost us $100,000 worth of people time to gather that data, to do the comparisons, meet with people, write it up. But $100,000 in 6 months,
So
the
it's,
question then becomes, if you had that, are you then going to feel comfortable? Is this provided value to you?
Yeah.
Or is it just the one, because I could say, well, there's 10 parameters like that that the panel identified.
right.
Do you want to see us do it for all 10? Is that where we're at? Or is this like, well, I generally believe the model, but I'd like to pick 1 or 2?
Steve, what's the size of this program? When you say $100,000, is that like a lot of money or is that, you know, like?
Right, so,
Pocket-
right,
pocket
so when we
change.
talk about a scenario.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna run a scenario, and I tell you, it costs $100,000 to run a scenario. That's generally because a single scenario running full-time on a supercomputer, which of course we have to pay for. 3 weeks, Faisal?
It depends on the duration of the scenario. If it's like 1 year.
Right.
Yeah, it's about 2 or 3 weeks.
And of course, if we do it multiple years, it can be a month. So that's where, you know, that's after we've set it up, we just say run. So, does that help answer your question?
No.
Okay.
So just how much, what's the size of this program? So when we're evaluating whether $100,000 is a major resource sink or
Oh,
is it a minor resource sink?
okay. This model, of course, there have been a lot of people who built ROMs before
Yep.
we ever got involved. A lot of people who built BEC before we even got involved. I don't know, Faisal, what do you think? Maybe $100,000 worth, $100 million worth of effort's gone into building ROMs back for the West Coast?
Yeah, I started in 2014.
No, I'm not talking about the work we're
Building?
doing.
This building?
I'm not talking about the work that we're doing. I'm talking about all of the ROMs work that's been done. I mean, all the 4-kilometer scale stuff that was done before we didn't start ROMs.
Yeah.
It had probably 20 years precedence. So the work that we've been involved with, excess of $10 million.
But about what's your burn rate per year on modeling?
What's our burn rate?
What do you guys spend a year
What
on?
do you, yeah, what,
Well, I don't know that we have a burn rate because we don't have a fixed set of dollars. And that's a hard question for me to answer because there's a lot of things that the rest of the modeling team does. I mean, so it's hard for me to answer that question.
I guess similar I think we're trying to get at the same thing, is 100K, that's just like chump change, easy, like quick to do, not very costly or like a
Right,
relative
every
scale.
one of these things you're talking about, I have to go find funding. for.
Okay.
Now, if you're asking me, do I have a pot of money that I'm going to use to do all these things? The answer is no.
Well, are there things you can do for $10,000? I think
The
that
answer
to
is
put things in perspective, so to
Right.
speak. That's what I'm trying to get at is if the cost of entry for any minor tweaks is about $100,000, what's the cost? And we talked about major tweaks like build run scenario. I think it's hard for us to wrap our heads around just
Well-
what are the step functions in terms of cost? And we're not trying to, bargain shop, so to
Yeah,
speak.
no,
We're
no,
just
no,
trying to
I
get perspective on what's going on.
Yeah, I'll try and answer your question, but I'll preface it by saying I'm a little bit bothered by the question because I really want to know what you all think needs to be done and then let me go see if I can find the funding to do it.
but we're being asked to evaluate whether something is high or low effort, and that's hard to do without any kind of
Right.
bar.
That's why I'm a little bit bothered because if you all want to put effort on it, I'm fine, but I really want to know what you think is important.
Well, I don't think they're asking the important. I think that what they're looking for is like the level of effort. The question here, I mean, I think we've already figured out this is a rather low impact sort of recommendation, right? There's another way to articulate the exact same idea, and it would help in a validation concept. So the question is the effort of a high, I mean, is it a lot of effort or is it just another, or is it not a lot of effort? Question is, should we avoid doing this for a while or not?
So I'm trying to give you dollars that these things will cost. I have to then go find those dollars. So maybe the question you're asking me is how hard is it going to be to find $100,000 to do that?
No, how hard how hard would it be to do the change to AOU
Right.
as an assessment versus the absolute oxygen concentration you're using right now?
Right. So I gave you a number that all said and done, $100,000.
Right.
Could we do it for 60?
Right.
Maybe, but
No.
just
Yeah.
assume it's $100,000 to do that.
In general, then, when we're looking at $100,000, again, not asking you to go find the money, because for those of us who really want this done, we will help find the money. So if you can just put that aside for a moment, that'd be helpful. But, and I wasn't trying to be facetious, but if there's something that would be a much lower hanging fruit that the team says, we don't even need supercomputing time, we can just adjust this, or we can get that done for a bit of staff time, say $50,000 or whatever it is. We're just trying to put things in perspective of what along this list belong in that category of super low hanging fruit, literally picking it off the ground, versus you have to reach for it, versus you have to get on a ladder to find it.
So so if you're looking for kind of a spectrum of costs, there are some things that are relatively low cost, although they don't make a lot of sense to me to do right away, is they had identified in the panel report that we should create a versioning system. That's relatively low cost. That'll cost us a couple $1,000. But that's not something you want to talk about now because we don't have a lot of versions right now. Be a while before we need that. The AOU is one of the cheaper ones because it does not involve doing a new model run. Basically says, you've already got a model run, you express it this way, compare it against field data that's already been collected that way. But that's still gonna cost $100,000. Going to your question, Lauren, you asked about burn rate. It's how much we spend. For us, a fairly sizable grant is $1 million. Does that help?
That does, yeah.
Okay. And I think more typical, I think, Lon, you were talking about giving us a few $100,000 to do some stuff that's more focused around thought. We're not sitting here with a $10 million grant, nor do I expect I'll be able to get a $10 million grant. So if you're looking for, I mean, it sounds like your question is like, what's a reasonable target? In other words, given all the cost of these things, what's a reasonable target? Based on conversations I've had with people, again, this is one where you may have a better idea of what, say, the industry has said they'd be willing to spend. I wouldn't be surprised if the industry was willing to kick in $1 million or $2 million. I wouldn't be surprised if the state were willing to kick in $1 million. But y'all are here, you can talk about that yourselves.
Can I ask a question of
That's
Martha,
cool.
Martha again? So, Martha, in your opinion, do you think this is a nice to have? Or is it a must have? Or would you prefer when reviewing data? Don't answer that, Steve.
Yeah, I don't want her to answer
Okay.
that
Okay.
because we already have our opinions.
Okay,
Right?
understood.
I could easily run through and tell you what I think. And I will
Understood.
be, very literally, I will be telling you that on June 6th or whatever our next commission meeting is.
Okay, right on. I get it. Okay, so then to step
Different
away
today,
from the
so-
cost part and go back to the factor of what we're being asked. So it's a choice of ours whether to have a deviation from oxygen from saturation. Do we want that information, deviation from saturation, or do we want an absolute oxygen concentration? I think that's what the panelist is saying, that their preference was to put a greater focus on the deviation from oxygen from saturation rather than this absolute number. So what it does is it gives us how the model is able to reproduce biogeochemical processes. So it gives us another, or maybe a more refined or a specific way to look at these biogeochemical processes. We've heard about how much it would cost. So do we want that greater focus? Is that important to us? I think is what it's asking. Seems like it's relatively minimal to moderate effort.
I think that's the right placement for it. I think we've kind of come to agreement. It's low impact, right? The question is what, yeah, yeah.
Low effort.
Low effort.
Low effort,
I-
right,
And,
yeah.
and none of us, except for Lori, perhaps feel like we can evaluate the impact.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to defer. I'm pointing at the ceiling. That's where
The voice of God.
the voice of God. Yeah, all of you guys online, you just sound, very celestial.
Well, one, we want to put it in the, yeah, it's a low effort. So is it high impact or low impact? To me,
Can we
it
put
was-
a question mark next to the?
Well,
impact?
I'm gonna put it in 3 and we'll talk about it when we get to the next one, okay?
Right.
Let's go to 4. This is, I think, similar concept here. How do we, this one is even more prevaricated because it's got when possible. Right, so when possible, use biomass normalized rates. Is this something that makes sense to invest in at this point in the development of the model?
Well, I think the effort part, I think it's fair to rely on the scientific team to talk about effort. Could we talk about that first?
Right, so this is just one more parameter. In other words, you've got a whole bunch of recommendations here that are the same recommendation. It's just do it for parameter A, do it for parameter B, do it for parameter C. And just in your thinking, just think of each of those parameters as $100,000.
And that's another low effort. You have to do a lot of
$100,000, so that's not, I don't think of $100,000 as low effort.
And is there any economy of scale for doing this for more than one parameter?
Probably. Depends which parameters.
All right.
The reason I'm hesitant, Lauren, is that they're all come out of the same data set. Then it's simple, because a lot of the work is gathering the data sets and finding the cells which match up the best. And if I have 3 disparate data sets that weren't all collected at the same time and place, well, if it's the same data set, you're using 3 different parameters, but the collections were all made together, then there's a lot of economies of scale.
I think since we're only utilizing 2 species at this time to run the bookend models, my question is, would this be the biomass that accounts for those 2 species, or what do they mean by the biomass normalized rates, in your expert opinion?
I'm going to turn to Martha to answer that one. Because I just have this in a bin of like, just another parameter.
Yeah, the answer is biomass is referring to algal biomass.
Got it.
And so when
Okay.
you talk about biomass normalized rates,
Okay.
it's just relative to how much algal biomass you're generating. It has nothing to do with the species interpretation.
Got it. So
This is in the same category as parent oxygen utilization.
Gotcha. Okay. So when we're talking about the biomass data, the empirical data we have on the biomass, can you talk a little bit about the quality of the data that you have? Because it seems like the oxygen data quality is reasonable, unlike the pH data quality where we have some concerns. So can you speak to the quality of the data that we're dealing with?
I'll turn to Martha for that one.
Yeah, the answer is, the data that we have on chlorophyll, there's a couple different programs. There's Cal Coffee, and they have, I think, higher data quality for biomass because they take more discrete samples to calibrate their data. For the existing POTW program, that is not a common practice. And so the chlorophyll A data that we have is of lower quality inshore along the coastline. So it's useful to kind of track general trends, from top to bottom in the surface water and kind of relative along the coastline, but it doesn't nail the quantity. Got it. So Faisal uses it in a slightly more, I'll call it semi-qualitative way. Is that a fair statement, Faisal?
Yes, yeah, because it's not biomass, it's fluorescence.
It's fluorescence.
Fluorescence,
Right.
okay, okay. So this, although it seems like it's in that same level of effort category, until we have the raw data that's worthy of normalization, this does not quite seem like it's worthy of a high impact rating. It seems like when you're normalizing something, you're actually shaving away the value from the raw data. You're now transforming into something else. But not being an expert in this area, would you be comfortable speaking to the perceived intent of this recommendation?
The intent of this, in my mind, the intent of this recommendation is if, this is the if for you all, validation is necessary or desired, then this is a reasonable parameter which to do more validation.
What would it do if we were to validate it further?
I think that's the question for you. I mean, basically right now, what we do when the validation work we've done is we do a comparison between what we observe in the field and what the model predicts. And we get some level of variation. What this would do is this would simply give us another parameter for which we have that variation.
But this parameter still built on the raw data you already have that's in the model. Is that correct?
When you say raw data in the model.
Meaning the data that you use to run the model.
No, the model.
This is not normal. This is not normalized. It's not normalizing the data you already have. What is it normalizing?
The model predicts this based on the basic inputs. So no, the model itself is not biased by the fact that your data stream for this is, less than ideal. It hampers you somewhat in your ability to do data model comparisons.
if we were to normalize, or if we
Well,
did normalize.
whether you normalize or not, if you have data that you're comparing it to that is less than ideal, then that just means that you have to qualify or caveat
You
data
have to go to
model
the
comparison.
semi-quantitative.
That's all.
I see.
So it doesn't, you can say, well, I'm gonna express this as a fraction instead of a whole number, decimal place instead of, a fraction. It's almost like that. You're saying, okay, you have different views of the same data, but the
Right.
data don't change.
So
And then you just gotta take it with a grain of salt.
So so you're still working with the original data, it's just different way of transforming it, or that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, so I think this is one of those situations where there's got to be a sort of the preceding step to get the quality data that we want before we start talking about transformation, normalization, and so on and so forth. We're not there. I think it goes back to the validation piece that you spoke on question number 1, which is, are we satisfied with the data that we have? And I think this, while it's relatively low effort and it could be impactful, we're not going to know the impact until the data gets us there, from the sound of it. So again, looking at the committee.
That's what I'm hearing
what
is
I'm
that,
hearing.
yeah, it's kind of a low impact and there's a condition precedent to it, so we should avoid it for now. I mean,
I would say put that into
Yeah,
a
that-
bin, and also, is it possible that we can revisit with the expert panel to make sure this is what they really meant? Because clearly there's some things that we can't ask the SWORP team would be appropriate or inappropriate, excuse me. But if we need to reconcile some of the different things we're hearing, just for clarity, could we possibly give Gordon's a list of questions afterwards?
I think we got the same kind of question, although this one, we've got the BEC model implicated here. And there's a lot of concern about the light and sensitivity, but we're back to sensitivity analysis. The question is this something that is going to be a strategic, high impact sort of change that's going to take a high effort to do, or is it a change that requires low effort to do? And then the question for you all from the PSC folks is, how does this help you? Right? So
I mean, from what I've heard is sensitivity analyses are really fundamental to figuring out next steps on where we want to allocate resources. So I would say this is pretty high impact.
Agreed, and this has been a feedback from our community for a very long time. So this is important to us. I would say, this point has been made over and over again by the people we represent. And we would put this as high impact, if nothing else, is to ensure that we turn over this rock and look at it closely.
Can you just clarify what we understand this? We're on number 5, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
To my mind, the better that we can link the observations to actual impact to the species, that's what we're interested in. We want to make sure that we have that linkage. Is this, I read this as something that will help us do that, but I'm not a modeler.
Yeah.
I'm not, in the technical weeds. So I guess I'll ask Steve and Martha, is that what's intended in this recommendation?
Right, so this recommendation would be to take something like zooplankton grazing rates, and then this is one where if they eat it all up, then it's less available to essentially degrade. Would take the grazing rates we're presently doing in the model, and again, I'm giving you just an example. We'll double them and we'll quadruple them, we'll half them and we'll quarter them, and go, how much did the answer change? And so if you think the model is highly dependent upon grazing rates, or you have concern that we didn't put the right grazing rate function in there, then we go back, we put a different grazing rate function in, and we see, did it make a difference? The downside is it's expensive because now you're having to rerun the model 4 different times.
Well, the other thing is if it's highly sensitive, then you need to make sure that you've got the grazing rates right and may need to do field studies.
Right. Right, it leads you down a path.
But if it doesn't, but if it's not very sensitive, then it doesn't really matter what your grazing rate is and you can shelve that and move on to the next thing.
You got it exactly right.
And same thing with light attenuation,
Same thing
obviously,
with
because
light
it's
attenuation.
stimulatory for the growth of the biomass. So if we get that wrong, and we're assuming worst case scenario where there's complete penetration, no attenuation, that's a big deal. So our community has really wanted to understand the impact of those two parameters. So for us, yes, we recognize it's high effort, but
Yeah.
for us, it's high impact.
And I don't want to speak for the southern folks, but I would imagine that resources could be made available for these particular items.
We would make this a priority.
Okay.
So this, for what it's worth, this is exactly the level of feedback I'm looking for. I think, Kevin, the hard part is that we've been starting with ones that are just nobody in the community is screaming for. And what I'm hearing is, that's the goal of these people, is to reach out to their communities, and I know they've been talking with them to see of these recommendations, what's important to that community. And if they're coming back and saying, that's really important to the community, we worry about the grazing rates, then that's what we need to hear at Squirt. I don't know how, again, but two of you think it's important.
I think it's less of a priority for us at OPC, but we understand the desire for it. It just will, possibly not coming from our funding, right? It'll be funded by
That's fair.
Exactly. That is.
And I think to me, the key is if what Lorianne just said is do this because here's how I perceive we're going to use the information. And even if not your highest priority, if you go, yeah, I agree, that's how we would use it. We're not worried about it. I mean, assuming you're not, but if it did show a big change in results, I would want to see the studies done that are followed. If you all agree on that path and they just make it higher priority than you, that makes it easier for me. And you're right, probably they would be more inclined to fund it. But at least everybody's on the page about how we're going to use it. And to me, that's what I want to make sure is I'm not doing it. You want it and you thought, well, it's never worth doing in the first place. I would never change what we're doing based upon that. So this is exactly the feedback we're looking for.
Yeah, the funders can vote with their pocketbook too. I think 6, that was a good one. Another one, come to we got a recommendation to defer adding any other species. And I think that it's an interesting way to actually contextualize a recommendation that don't do something. But what's the sense of the, my sense is this is an easy one to put into the, in that 4th bin to kind of avoid or delay for now, but keep it out there because, maybe at some point it makes sense to move on from the 2 sentinel species, but perhaps there's a different sense. So
I do have a question about this one. So this one, I agree, it's like not much of actionable, it's just defer. But then their recommendation number 30, not to jump ahead too much, but does kind of have a in my mind, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it does have a contradicts this recommendation bit. It says it'd be highly valuable to quantify population and ecosystem level impacts. It's talking more about the biological impacts beyond trophic levels, beyond pteropods and anchovies. So is this contradicting recommendation 6 or am I misinterpreting that?
yeah, to me, I felt like they both should go and do it later kind of thing because it just didn't have a strong recommendation. I didn't think it came across the way some of the other stuff did.
We can get to that later, but that's just something I wanted to keep in mind.
But if we were to add species, so to speak, what's the level of effort? I just want to wrap my head around that.
It's on the lower end.
It is.
Yeah, because what you're doing is, I don't have to do a new model run. Basically, we just take the model runs. Basically, the model runs are giving us 66 million cells at minute intervals and saying that's what, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go in and say, okay, how much habitat of the 66 million cells over multiple years and minute intervals how much habitat is available. We have used those two species as the way of defining what's acceptable habitat. All you're saying is use a different threshold for what's acceptable habitat and use the species as your guide for determining what is acceptable.
Okay.
So it's post-processing. It's not the model runs, and that's a lot less expensive.
And are there candidate species right now that may be available for expansion?
Yes.
There are.
Yes.
But so this is a relatively low effort. Okay. And the other alternate species are available.
Correct. They were particularly for certifications. SCORP ran workshops to help define what thresholds would look like for other species.
Got it.
So if you wanted to do it for crabs or you wanted to do it for echinoderms, we would have a starting point.
Got it. Okay.
So are those numbers perfect? No.
Right.
Are there more science you could do to, but sure. But the answer is yes, we have numbers that we could do.
Got
And
it.
you can get an idea whether the results are species specific or not.
But if we're putting things in perspective related to what the bookend assessments have found, which is 30 miles offshore, south of Catalina, it's way out there. It's beyond our typical monitoring zone. Are there alternate species that are indigenous or endemic to that region that can be used as sentinels? Because that's the area that's been exaggerated for, as hot zone and whatnot. We're trying to address that, right? That's a priority. So are there alternate species that essentially would be there year-round preferably, especially during the supposed 3 months out of the year where there's potential negative impact? What are those species?
So I'll answer that in two parts. The answer is, could we make wise judgments in which species to select based upon their geography and timing? Yes. What species those are, I'm not going to answer off the top of my head because I haven't got a clue off the top of my
Your
head.
team's gonna have to do some research, but
Yeah,
I would like to know,
That
what,
could be done.
okay. Because if this is a relatively low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
And depending on what species is it that, we're talking about, if there are data available or possibly data to be gained, this could be a project of some sort going forward.
Right, this one is one of the lower price. Anytime you're doing post-processing as opposed to doing new model runs, then it's less expensive. So there's probably no project we would do for you that's less than $50,000 because we're gonna have $50,000 worth of meetings with you as we do these
Yeah,
things.
you can imagine why some of us might view this as a high-impact investigation with the alternate species in the area of concern, if it's a low effort as well. So because it would address some of the fundamental problems that the bookend scenarios have generated. And this could be a way for us to understand, is this a systemic issue? Or if we expand a number of species that we're tracking in that area of concern, perhaps it could corroborate some of the findings of the bookends or so on and so forth. So I'm trying to understand multiple lines of evidence. Can we generate them easily? Can we bring them together? So on.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. So high impact, low effort.
I'm sorry, didn't give that last piece, Lon.
I think this is a high impact, low effort
High impact, low effort.
from one.
We'll put it over there.
entity. Yeah.
We'll go back to it later. This is another one of those, it's almost a direction that was apart, as opposed to having a specific there. We've been talking about uncertainties for most of the morning, and this is another shot right at that. To me, this is a high impact, and it's pretty easy to do. Do others feel the same way? It seems that, yeah,
I don't really get what this project is.
sorry.
I don't understand what this project is. Like, is it a standalone project or a general sort of vibe that they
I don't-
are supposed to take into,
I think it's a recommendation. I don't think it's a project. I think it's kind of it's a value statement.
okay? So is it free then?
It feels like it is, right? It's kind of a decision to be made.
I wouldn't know what to do with this one. I wouldn't know,
Yeah.
what am I doing different tomorrow than I'm
I
doing
felt the
today?
same way.
I don't know what it is.
So if it's not actionable, let's park it.
That's kind of where I felt like we were kind of out of action.
Actually, I take it back. It says consider.
Yeah,
Okay.
I considered it.
It's okay.
Okay, let me get that real quick. So that's 7. Oh. Okay, let's go to 8. So then it goes into these concepts here, but for 8, 9, and 10. Key observational develop variables. So conduct additional evaluational analysis of the key observational variables.
This is very broad also. Is it mostly referring to 8 and 9 to get at the more specifics? Because, sure, there's a lot of variables that we could consider, and I'm not sure
I
which
feel like
are
these
considered here.
3 are all kind of the 8, 9, and 10 are all kind of linked together.
Yeah.
We disagree with conducting sensitivity analysis that are directly tied to specific management questions. That's a bit of course, for recommendation 9. and recommendation 8. Key observation, additional evaluation analysis, meaning such as validation. Is that how you're reading this, or can we define this ourselves as a committee where in principle, we agree, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? We
Right.
would, whatever evaluation means by the strategy available to us to evaluate are those 3 things you spelled out earlier, Steve, right?
I mean, I think the challenge you're having here is that these recommendations are at multiple different levels.
Right.
Like, for instance, number 9 is the same thing as the one on, I don't see it on the board anymore.
Okay.
The same one on line attenuation.
Yeah, it's just less specific. This
Less
is sort of a
specific.
higher level.
So again,
My-
this is at the higher bin level rather than.
I would recommend to the committee that we park 8 and 9 at 1, because I don't think there's general disagreement that if appropriate, these additional evaluations could be helpful. But I think to get to what's actionable, we need to look at more we need to have more specificity in the recommendation. So can we park 8 and 9 for now? Okay.
So we'll park them in 4.
I think it also depends on like what kind of management questions, right? 'Cause, like, the model was deemed
Right.
fit for first order management questions. Are we talking second order or
Right.
not? That obviously requires more work based on the model's recommendations, but it's unclear from this.
So what do you mean by first and second order management questions?
That's a great question that I'm still trying to figure out
Okay.
as well.
Because I'm still struggling with the first and second order effects, so.
Yeah. What else has an answer to that?
So to me, the first order is regional scale questions, which is what we presented to the panel. There are second order questions that are more specific to a smaller geography or to a smaller individual outfall.
Okay.
Those to me are whether second and third order questions.
What's the difference between second and third order?
The level of
Granularity.
granularity. And I think it's a very general term. I think they were trying to get across a concept, which is you built this model and you did your initial questions, your bookend scenario around a regional scale question. And not looking at every individual outfall, not looking at a smaller geography, but looking at the whole. To them, that's first order, that's the core. Anything after that is a different level of granularity.
So let's move to 10. The 10's got, there's kind of it's again, another kind of move through there's 3 pieces to it. Do we have them? It says target and confirm nutrient budgets. I'm struggling to figure out what general concept this fits within.
Well, let me see if I can help from my understanding. Let's pay attention actually to more the second and third of the sub bullets. I think what they're saying there is You parameterize things, you can do sensitivity analysis to see whether they matter, but you can also do research to get better parameters. So I think what I'm reading is for number 2, target the identify the relative preference of phytoplankton groups, go do some experiments. So in the laboratory and or go into the field and do some field manipulations to, relative rate of sinking carbon. We could go out there and put all kinds of experimentation in the field to better define sinking rates. And then those would import. Those would be expensive. And they would take years,
Potentially high impact, potentially nothing.
potentially nothing.
So number 1 there, though, the nutrient budget. So seems easy enough to get the POTW nutrient loads, but I guess what's missing is upwelling nutrients, potentially nutrients coming in from the southern border. What's missing there, I guess, in the data sets?
Right, so we have estimates for all this. This one confused me. Maybe I'll
Okay.
turn to Martha. For number 1, do you understand what they're asking for there?
Yes, they're asking for biogeochemical budgets. Basal has already done them and summarized them at regional scales. But, that they can be basically disaggregated at whatever scale people want to see. So this one is, it's not a small amount of effort if we're responding to requests, but it's also not an entirely new workflow. We've already done it.
So I want to make sure I understand when we're talking about the aggregation, disaggregation. These to me sound like strategies to sometimes simplify or make certain assumptions in how we set up the model for different set points in a parameter. Is that what we're talking about? Because what's the difference? What exactly do you, well, sorry, maybe not exactly, but what are they asking for that's different than what Facel's already done?
I think that, here's my 2 cents. When the panel reviewed what we submitted to them, we had papers that were being published in scientific journals. And so if someone from across the world reads that paper, they're not going to care about sort of a sub-regional scale sort of question that's only of concern to us. And so we write those papers and we publish, the statistics at a scale that's of interest to that international journal. So, what the panel's saying is, hey, we'll dig down at the scale of more sub-regional interest and confirm that those processes are doing what you would expect them to do. And what I'm saying is, hey, all that underlying work, in terms of those kind of workflows, they've already been set up and we can look at whatever scale you'd like to already. So it's all post-processing. There's no new model development,
I
no
see.
scenarios. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I think what I hear from you is that although the panel did look at the publications, the actual work that we're talking about going forward, it would not require a huge amount of effort to adjust the post-processing, so to speak, or produce the post-processing to make it region-specific, region-appropriate.
Keywords are defined areas and volumes.
Right.
So
So
that's
that's what they need,
define the areas and volumes you're interested in.
right?
That can be something that we produce, whatever you want.
And assuming we have the right sort of quality and quantity of data to support the model. Because that's what we talked about earlier, right? Okay. So this seems like this gets at the first order versus second order versus third order question in some ways. But it's just said in such a way that it's not super clear to us. I do think this sounds to me, sorry guys, I should leave it to you. Low effort? Is that what we're saying?
This is lower,
This is low effort? Okay.
post-processing.
But it sounds to me like, as far as the localized agency, this is high impact. Could be high impact.
So
I have no idea, honestly, I have no idea how you do this.
Is that right?
This one, the other 2 that are these make a lot of sense to me. They're expensive. You may want to do sensitivity analysis to determine whether or not you should do them. It might be a sequence there.
Okay.
This one basically says just break the data down into different geographies. We can do it, but I don't know what you're going to do differently.
Is this something that may be useful for further down the line after other model improvements are made and we're
Right.
getting to the point of management?
I mean,
Tell you how he took it. And which is, when we validate, there is a philosophy of not only data model comparisons, but whether or not the model is making sense relative to what you would expect or what is the published as conventional wisdom in the literature. And so this is speaking to that. If you break it down on a smaller scale, does it make sense? For what you would expect, does this make sense? And Faisal had already embraced that philosophy. This is not a new idea. It's already really a core of how oceanographers pursue their modeling science. He's already done this, at least to his own satisfaction. And so now we'll do that and externalize it for you. So it's your choice whether or not you think that that's going to be something that you would enjoy hearing about. But, this is really the core of what we already do to convince ourselves that the model is working correctly.
Well, it sounds like a low-hanging fruit, at least item number one. But let's talk about, the 2 and 3, which you place greater emphasis. We talk about the level of effort involved in those and how they differ from subpart 1.
Right. So they differ radically in the sense of subpart 1 is just take the model and break it down into smaller areas. Is it likely that Santa Barbara will be different than San Diego? These are really getting after, it says, build and understand the key underlying process. Basically, understand the functionality of how phytoplankton and different species of phytoplankton are taking up different types of nitrogen. That's core to the model because we have those uptake points. And the way I read this is, okay, you've used the best numbers that are available, but why not just go invest in building better numbers or numbers that are more specific to the species that you have in Southern California? That's a multi-year research effort. We would be very excited as scientists to do that. But you're talking about something that's taking multi-years.
So is there some reason why these numbers would be different here in Southern California than what you would find in the literature from other places?
We have different species, so yeah, I'll turn to Martha. This was a big topic of conversation within the panel, and they were pretty complimentary of the numbers that we used. So I don't know,
So
Martha.
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
She asked is there a reason that to believe that something's going on in Southern California specific that would lead us to want to generate numbers for, say, uptake rates that are different in Southern California than they would be from a more generalized set of numbers that we got from areas outside of Southern California?
I think the answer is, okay, so here's how I want you to think about it. Is that there is a group, there's a whole community that's been working on how do you model phytoplankton uptake rates on global scales. And so they think about the gradients of sensitivity to nutrients and uptake rates along broad scale continuums, right? And so, and they've even gone after the data that helps them really make sure that they're getting their model rights on a global scale. And so what you're doing then is taking those big gradients and chopping them into finer gradients, let's say between Southern California and Northern California, but that the scales are still there. And so that the way that this model was parameterized was understanding that scale of essentially how sensitive the communities are. Does it mean that, that there's not room improvement? No, I'm not saying that, but I'm not convinced that there's something unique about Southern California that isn't captured on that larger understanding of sensitivity and scale. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which one are you on?
18-2.
Okay.
Yeah, the question is like from a, it sounds like we got a different, the research where you kind of don't know, that's kind of a low impact immediately. But the phytoplankton group from the sinking carbon, I mean, is that something that's more of a, kind of a high impact thing that we need to keep in that group?
All right, guys, I'm reviewing some of the input from the community to double check. This does not seem to rise to the level of hot.
I'm gonna keep all 4 of those 10 recommendations in the
Yeah.
high impact, high effort, and then we can move it around maybe later.
So, yeah, so we did get clarification that from some of our members of our community, it's not clear whether or not the phytoplankton nutrient preference will have a big impact. And it sounds to me like it's a big effort.
That's
Is
what
that
I'm
true?
hearing.
Yeah.
High effort, potentially questionable to low impact. So that's what I'm reading from the community.
Okay, so phytoplankton, we can move that into,
High effort, low to medium.
But the first one was low effort, low impact. So
Right.
low high effort. And the
Right.
third one,
10 subpart 3.
the sinking carbon and nitrogen export into the twilight zone.
Let me double check to make sure that I'm.
The twilight zone, for those of us who. Does that mean the benthos? Like, what does that mean?
It's deep water.
Okay.
Okay. And that's where the upwelling could be mobilized, or is that? Oh,
Well, it's like essentially, if you think the twilight zone, if the photic zone is where there's light. and
Oh,
lots of
okay.
Production, then the twilight zone is when it all sinks. And that's where all the action happens in terms of subsurface, sucking up of the virtual oxygen and, lowering of the pH, then what happens beneath? The photic zone is sort of a key question for the panel, and are we getting that right?
It's very poetic.
Yes. I used to watch the Twilight Zone because this speaks to me. I just aged myself.
okay, so that sounds like something that's gonna take a lot of effort.
would you?
Again, without opining on whether you should do this one, this is one where you need to bring back the axis you were talking about before of sequence.
Yeah.
All right. If you doubt the numbers that are being used at present for for the relative preference of in that example, then yeah, you can highlight this right away. Like, we think those numbers are wrong, go get some better numbers. Another possibility, though, is to say, okay, I've looked at all these studies that are done. There's a wide range of numbers that you could use. Does this parameter matter? Do a sensitivity analysis. If it matters, then do the experiments.
Yeah.
Agree.
So again, I'm not trying to tell you to go that direction, but
No, that,
bringing that sequence in, I think will help you.
I mean, it
Yeah.
could have a high impact, we just don't know because there are too many other things that have to happen before we understand what it means, but it's clearly high.
It's high, right, so the sensitivity analysis is expensive, and then doing the experiments after is far more expensive.
I would like to make sure that our definition of low impact means that something that could potentially be high impact, but there's
Questionable.
there's preliminary work that we need to do before we
We need to
even
include
consider
any
embarking on-
conditions
yeah.
precedent, yeah, we can
Yeah.
include that in the low impact. Okay, so let's go through them real quick. So we had the one with 10. Is that a low impact? Or low effort or high effort?
Sorry, 10, which one? 10. part one?
10 is by itself. So I think we said that one was gonna take some effort over time.
I
I
think,
think 10's divided.
yeah.
I don't think we can say, I think 10's divided into those 3. I don't think we can say 10 on it.
Okay, good. So where's one go?
Low impact. Sorry, low effort, excuse me, low effort. And it does have, I think I would put a question mark next to the impact because again, a lot of actions have to precede it before we get to
Gotcha,
this
okay.
point.
And then 10.2.
10, 2, and 3 are both high effort with question mark next to impact as well.
Got it. Target identified relevant final point. And yep.
Let me see if I
10.3.
can help with the impact. All right. There was a question before about impact. Let me see if I can contrast the impact. The one, that's a karma thing, as Martha described it. Sort of like, I see some spatial patterns and it really makes sense to me. It's hard for me to believe that that's going to cause you to do something different. As opposed to, let's say we did the relative preference of phytoplankton groups for nitrate and ammonia, all right? And we did a sensitivity analysis, right? And we have a range of values that we have from the literature, and we did that range of values, and the answers you get are completely different, depending on which value you choose. When you use the word impact, I think about it as, so how would that affect our ability to use the model or have confidence in the model? If you did that sensitive analysis and you found it had, the answers are all over the map, then that would substantially change your ability to use the model because you would not have confidence. Now, again, you have other things that might cost you confidence. We're talking about doing validation or model ensembles as other possibilities. And if those all come out looking good, then you might say, well, okay, then they probably did choose a good value. But let's say it really was, that might cause you to want to do some more experimentation because you found something. So from an impact perspective, it would really cause you to go, So again, very expensive, and you all have to, use your experts to go, okay, I've looked at that range and it's a pretty wide range, and I think it will have an impact. So it's worth the money to do the sensitive analysis. So they'll look at it and go, nah, the values they chose are pretty much in the center and the range is not that great. It's not worth doing. That's what we're hoping to get out of you all, is what is your community feeling about, say, that parameter?
If we follow that train of thought then, Steve, I'm arriving at something I think I've said before, potentially high, as opposed to immediately high, so to speak.
Well, let's move that. Yeah, let's move that to our afternoon discussion. We can kind of move some of these things around, but once we see, I think when we see them visually, it'll be easier for us to move them around. So let's keep going here. Number 11 gets in, it's same, again, we're back, we're doing these things and hopefully we get later on, we'll get a little more actionable stuff, but conduct model observation, evaluation, to ensure model levels have accurate nitrogen. Yes. What are we doing on that? I mean, the question is that a big effort?
Well,
Does
does it get towards
do? Does it
getting the
help
well, what does it take to get observation?
Right, so this is just another example of another parameter on which you do model to observation comparison.
This is something that SCORP has worked on.
Yep.
So effort low.
Right, so the effort, this is post-processing.
Yep.
Provide us a data set that says, I've got this parameter and we can compare it to the model output.
So does this data set exist?
I'm gonna turn to
I'm sorry.
Martha.
I'm multitasking.
How good do they, on number 11, it says conduct observations compared to nitrate concentrations. We've compared to nitrate concentrations, but are there additional data sets we could be using? You think are high quality?
I think my answer is we've already used them.
Right.
The only ones that are collecting them are either, Cal Coffee, right? Because the bite, POTWs are not collecting that. And then there's also a kind of global data set in which that's how we're using to kind of force the model boundary conditions. And so Faisal, I think my answer is we're already done this.
Yeah, we done that.
Yeah.
I mean, extensively.
Yes, extensively. It just wasn't readily apparent to the panel. And we weren't really asked to engage them in a conversation to correct their misperceptions.
So could we get perhaps a brief synopsis as to what's been done and how this question's already been answered so that we can move past it?
Manuscript, yeah, we have manuscripts on this, so this. Again, this is where we've got apples and oranges here. I think somewhere in this conversation, Kevin, I think what we need to do is figure out how important is the validation against, the more general thing here is model to observation. And we've done a bunch. We could do more. How important is that to you in general? And then if that's really important, then which parameters are the best? And if you all stop short and simply said, you all have done it for a lot of parameters, that's not the best investment. I'd rather have you do the ensemble. I'd rather have you do the sensitivity. That's good advice for me. If you go, no, my community doesn't feel you've done it for enough parameters. And if you have specific parameters, great. If you don't, you say, well, we'd like you to do it for at least 2 more parameters. Come back to us and tell us what are the best parameters. That's fine. We can come back and develop that. So again, if you want to do it for every individual one, you can.
Yeah, we'd love to see the manuscript because it will help us understand, are we talking about granularity in terms of, for example, the span of years where this was done for, and maybe there's more to be done, just to understand sort of what the panel is driving at. Okay, thank you.
From my perspective, still, go ahead, Stephen.
I was going to say Faisal, you can probably mail it to him right now.
My perspective was that this group from 11 through 16 were all about the model observations. They gave you a whole laundry list of things to consider. And I think we could lump them all into one recommendation and kind of say, hey, look, at some point, we're going to get down to another conversation about, longer term organization, management of the project and things of those natures. But these are good examples of things that are really important, would have a massively important, but are really high impact. And so to make these kind of changes are strategic investments, right? And I don't see there's really no way around it. And I think all these are driving at something that's very important to everyone, which is this model observation evaluation, making sure that we've got this model of matched observed data. That's been my experience.
So, and are all these 11 through 16 are they all post-processing efforts? They are. Okay, so they all fall.
So just think of each of them as $100,000. And if you want another parameter, just.
So is all the data there for all of these recommendations?
Right, so that's a matter of opinion. We've done the ones that we think have the best data. Again, if you start to do comparisons against weaker data, or you start doing comparisons against things that are not critical to the endpoints that you care about, then the value goes down. But on the other hand, people feel good when you do a lot of model validation, observation. And so if you all think that's important, or more important, some of these other things, that's what I'm looking for.
I'm hearing here, so they are all under the grouping of model observation validation, but which ones of those are more important to prioritize will depend on, everyone's individual agency's purpose for it. In terms of prioritizing which are more important.
Okay. So that clears us through 16. So we can go down a little bit, I think. Mary, there we go. So we got through 16 now because keep going down. There we go. Just the paired simulations to test whether this is this is at that use case level now. What is the it says what I don't understand is what the paired simulations will do for the modeler or for the users. And I don't understand how we could do a model ensemble yet, but that's just me. So is the ensemble and the paired simulations together? Are they different?
The way this is worded, I'm a little confused myself. And there seems to be 2 or 3 things in here. Seems to be a discussion of sensitivity analysis in here. There's the idea of an ensemble approach. And summarized guidance, I think, is referring to the ensemble approach, which is run 2 different models and see if they give you the same answer.
I mean, this seems like a very arcane modeler speak, the pair simulation. Could I get a Reader's Digest version from the modelers in the room on how this would actually work?
Sure.
Are you looking at it again? Sorry, I'm multitasking.
17, recommendation 17.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Bluntly, I disagree with this.
Let's not go whether we disagree or not.
Okay, sorry.
They just want to know, what is this?
This is basically trying to come up with a way of creating a single run for an uncertainty assessment.
Is it clear to you what you would do?
It's clear to me what we're being instructed to do.
Can you explain that to us? Because that's what
Yeah.
we're not getting.
I'm gonna try to. What they want us to do is about 5 years of sensitivity analysis to identify what parameters the model outputs are sensitive to, and then condense it all down into one single alternative parameterization of the model that you could run as uncertainty assessment. So the problem is, if you're a weather forecaster and you do operational forecasting, this works great. For mechanistic modeling, it's.
So let's not judge.
Sorry.
So
I'm gonna say then my answer to respect Steve's process is, I don't know what to do with this one.
could you hazard
It's not
to-
actionable, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Could you hazard to, and again, feel free to say no, hypothesize why they would ask for such an item? Why would they make such a recommendation?
Yeah, I think the philosophy behind it is great, which is, get the community together to decide what is the way that you will routinely interpret model signal from model noise. Love it. Just the particular way in which they're suggesting comes from someone who does operational forecasting. That's my guess. But so the philosophy, beautiful, and let's do that, okay, but exactly how to do it, then I think that's something that would be a careful discussion
Is
with
there,
the community and with the modeling team.
got it. And sorry to ask you to sort of mentally go through the 40 recommendations. Is there anything in the 40 recommendations that would get at that intention? If not, should we consider something along the lines of a description from the SCORP team on how this PSC could incorporate that as a substitute for this item, if you will, because it sounds like it's a good idea. The exact way to get at it, you don't agree? We'd like to see, how we can follow up on this good idea in a different way. Because we are the PSC, we can potentially incorporate other considerations, obviously.
But if you have some things, I'm willing to take things that you want us to do that weren't in the panel recommendation, if you can come to. an
Yeah,
agreement.
don't let a good idea go to die, but
Right.
if the execution doesn't work, then it
Yeah.
doesn't work.
It's, the philosophy behind it is very good. So I think I think that's smart, because I think you do want to distinguish signal from noise.
Could you help us craft some strategy to get at that? Okay.
So in terms of recording our response to this one, can we basically change it to scope out an alternative project to get at that need? So it's potentially high impact, low effort, but it's just the scoping is the project.
Like that. Scope.
Just to clarify, this one is like as model improvements, changes, whatever are made, this is kind of a way to like continually see like, okay, model as signal is still above model noise and still, okay.
It's
So it's
almost
kind
like
of
a
a
binary,
continuous,
yes, no,
yeah,
how are we doing kind of.
kind of a continuous thing as model is changed.
Back in sensitivity analysis on natural inputs and differentiating those from the terrestrial inputs. We picture to test the sensitivity boundary conditions that are at the mean of the climatological, at the mean of the +1 standard deviation. So is this an important uncertainty analysis to do? Given where we're at.
Sensitivity analysis is you different. This is more the same. Is that right?
You could look at it both ways, yes. But yes, this is more like a scenario. What happens if I have a 100-year flood? How does that change the result for that year? So it's not tweaking the model, it's tweaking, but so you're correct.
And are those important for any management questions? It just reminds me of like if we have that 100-year flood that, washes out the Central Valley, like it did in the 1860s, what impact is that going to have on nutrients in the bay? And everybody was like, we've got bigger problems then. Is that something we need to consider?
That's a question for you. Not for me.
I'm gonna have to agree, we've got bigger problems. Incoming is not gonna be how much nutrients are coming from the POTWs.
Yeah.
I get the questions in that area.
Very interesting reality there. So what do you think?
Part of this is also going to the models that feed into the model.
I think the sensitivity analysis portion of it is critical, like all the other sensitivity analyses that we've talked about.
How's it on effort? This is a big.
Sensitivity, anytime you do a sensitivity analysis, think
Big effort.
several $100,000. Bigger. But you have to, it's multiple model runs.
That question. Yeah.
Steve, excuse me, Steve, does the model already consider natural nutrient inputs?
It does.
Okay, and then, so then this question is asking to do the sensitivity analysis for those boundary conditions. Are we okay with the boundary conditions? So if we're okay with those boundary conditions, we don't need to test it.
Right, so there's multiple, there are multiple possibilities here, Again, it all depends on how you kind of read this and what they mean by boundary conditions. But there's 2 or 3 pieces here. So there are the sensitivity to the inputs that we have provided. Which I think the kind of thing that you were reading, as Karen. is that I have stormwater inputs. And sounds like we have another conversation going on over there.
Sorry. This room is that good. You can pick up everything.
So, this, you could interpret this as, well, what happens when I have a wet year versus a dry year? How much does that change the results? I think, in my reading of the report, that's kind of where they were at. But there's also atmospheric inputs. There's also inputs from to the north or from Mexico, that are essentially outside of where the model's operating, but now become inputs to the model. And so you could do sensitivity on every one of those. And yeah, it's just expensive. So you have to figure out, are there ones that you're really concerned about? And again, this is really comes down to you interacting with your community. If your community goes, well, I'm really worried about what's coming in from land-based sources, then we should do a sensitivity analysis about that. As it turns out, what we can tell you is land-based sources are, in the worst year, maybe 1%, so if you do a bad year versus a good year, you're still in a very low number. But if some of your constituents think that that there's a lot of uncertainty in these things, then it's easy for us to do a sensitivity analysis.
Hey, Mary, could you run the spreadsheet up to the next recommendation, just so I can see 22 and now 23? Yeah, that's good. That's fine. So what I was getting to there is, I think that through recommendation 22 here are all sensitivity analysis. They're all in that scenario kind of concept where it's kind of it's a strategic investment, right? We decide what's the highest priority in the next step. But these are all kind of fall in that same group. Yeah.
And when it gets down to
Light
the,
attenuation of the stuff.
right,
Yeah.
specific impacts
Yeah.
for various agencies, it could be very high. But it sounds to me, sorry, could we maybe do a summarization of the level of effort?
Right, any sensitivity analysis, it's $100,000 per run. And you're typically going to want us to do 4 runs, to look at the sensitivity. So there's your math right there.
And earlier we talked about essentially $100,000 per run being reasonably low effort. We're not talking millions, so to speak, but in combination, it's like picking stuff off your menu. It could be high, but
Right.
if we're looking at these, sorry, excuse me, if we look at these line items individually, are we talking about multiple runs, Steve? Are we talking about?
Right. So anytime you have a parameter, you say alter this parameter, it's basically 4.
I see.
Because you're saying, I'm going to run the model and I'm going to use this parameterization. Then I'm going to tweak it. I'm going to go, I'm going to run it with this parameterization and compare. Are the results radically different?
And
you didn't typically just do 2, you typically do at least 3, or 4 or 5, so you can get kind of.
so besides money, right, each run's being roughly the 100,000 time-wise, what are we talking about to do one of these iterative exercises?
So again, everything becomes about money because we have computer nodes. And if we had many of these to do, we'd go spend $1 million and go buy some more computer nodes. But the actual time to do each run is, I think, 3 weeks to a month computer time. And so if you tell me to do 4 runs, then I've got 4 months of computer time. With enough money, we go buy more nodes and maybe you can run them simultaneously.
There's a recommendation further down to compare different resolutions of the model to see if they have different outputs. My guess is you've probably already done that one and didn't publish that, or?
So I don't want to opine on whether we should do it or not do it, but I do want to give you factual information on what we have done. And just as a point of information, because I think you're barking up a reasonable tree here, is that we could do sensitivity analysis, which would be less expensive or less time consuming on the 1 kilometer scale model as opposed to the 300-meter model. Then you have a question of, well, okay, so, but I'm going to use the 300 model.
Yeah.
Am I okay with that's more detail. That's more like a negotiation of a price.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair to answer your question on what we have done for validation of 1 kilometer versus 300 meter. And so I'll actually turn to Faisal and say, tell us how much we have done of 1 kilometer versus 300 in terms of validation.
In terms of, we focus on the nitrogen flux, and we published that. So we have done some comparisons of rates, and we did the same between 1 and 4 kilometers. So we have like a couple of clear sizes, and they are all published. So we have some information, and we targeted the things that we thought matter at that time. But we have simulations that can be explored more if needed.
And how much faster is the kilometer resolution?
So that's a tricky question because it's also a larger domain. So it is approximately 30% faster because the 1 kilometer domain is California domain. But if we talk about the same size,
yeah,
right, it's about maybe half. It's like, it's not linear, but it's about 50% faster.
So in theory, you could do the set of sensitivity analyses and see, and use that as a yes, no to look closer using the full resolution simulation. That would be one approach to take.
Yeah, I mean, the first approach is to use what we have already. Like if you have specific targets, or targeted like variables to compare. So that's, that's post-processing only. So if we talk about, so it's not runs, but if you want to test other resolutions, we need to rerun. And it depends on the scale. So,
Okay, so that was not clear. I'm gonna say it again. We've already done sensitivity analysis at 4 kilometers. Those outputs are available. They just have not been synthesized. And so Faisal is saying, yes, we could do 1 kilometer runs for sensitivity analysis. But, coming back to this, I'm just going to point out that this is about, well, what's the difference if you do 1 kilometer versus 300 meter for all future simulations? Because 1 kilometer is faster. And I'm going to say that Faisal has already done an analysis of this question.
So don't be careful, Martha, because you're getting close to making a recommendation.
No, I'm just gonna say, go back and look at what he's already done. He's published 2022 something. Go back and look at that.
So
And decide for yourselves.
So you had, I think, 2 questions. First off, could we do the sensitivity analysis on the 1 kilometer? The answer is we could. That's just a choice. And how much would it save? And what Faisal is saying, cut the cost in half. So then you've got another one later on, which is and maybe you want to talk about that one now. Should you do a more thorough evaluation of whether you should be doing runs in the future on the 1 kilometer versus the 300 meter? And we've done a fair amount of work looking at that. We could do more.
It seems that the feedback from some of our community members is, while this is high effort, is that generally, well, it could be high effort, but for quite a few entities, it could be high impact. So some of them may wish to drill down on some of these specific recommendations. And what I'm hearing from the SCORP team is that it's doable. You may not have published on that exact thing, but you have the capability of executing that should the funding and the need justify that. And this sounds like a later prioritization exercise. I think for the purpose of what we're talking about here in terms of the level of effort, it could be high. The level of effort impact could be high. I think we have a lot of things in that category. And you can lump many of these, as you mentioned earlier, Kevin,
Yeah, I think
to that same categorization. you know.
Now we get to 23 and 24. Which kind of speak this, and these are the last two questions that I try to take on before lunch, and maybe we should not do that, but I feel like we can answer this question though. Which is this idea of whether or not providing a recommendation that the modelers move into a more exhaustive set of comparisons, whether it's to transition away from a focus on scientific publishing, or whether it's on a mode to automate the production of graphical comparisons. Like, is this something that is an important dimension of this group's thinking for the future of this project?
It seems like 24 in general is high effort, as it states in the recommendation itself, but you know, it is important to have regular validation and calibration. Yeah, I think. So high effort, high reward.
Do you see benefits in the automation of graphical comparisons and summary statistics between the variables? The point being that the thought, I think, for the panel was, the only reason I have this is that we actually talked specifically about this one, is that there was, I think, the resourced accordingly concept for them was important. They wanted to make sure that the State Water Board, that the SCRP folks, that the POTW folks had the best chance they could of competing in the marketplace of funding. So given that, they felt that taking what they described as an engineering approach might improve that competition ability, but I don't know if there's a sense that we're lacking in that. This is from the panel, so go ahead, please.
This reminds me a little bit of that pair analysis that we're talking about. Once again, it seems to drive at distilling some of the very complicated work into something that's perhaps a little more digestible.
I would suggest that 21 through 26, or top side 23 through 26 are in that, we talked about the big bins. To me, this is one of the big bins. How do we get the model and the model output into the hands of people who are going to use it in ways that will make them more comfortable, that they understand what the model is producing? And in essence, what we do is we write a lot of manuscripts. Journals don't let you give you 200 pages of graphics. So we provide summarized graphics. What they're saying here is, find a way to give me 200 graphics. Find a way to make the source code available. So really, I think the question here, all those things are low-hanging fruit. I think the question here is more a timing issue. When do we want to put emphasis on that? If we're still investigating whether we think the model is worthwhile to use, if you have doubts, you think that we need to be doing sensitivity analysis and nailing down more validation before we're at the point of giving, if you're not willing to use it for making decisions, then why do I have to worry about giving you the source code for it? We already make the source code available, but you don't want to create confusion by giving out source codes from models that are run or hundreds of pages of model output for things that you don't feel are even worthwhile. If on the other hand, you are starting to move to the point of doing model runs to further investigate, then you want to be able to take the output and put it in people's hands in a way that they'll be able to use. So I think, to me, that's the more generic question that you all need to figure out.
Right.
And then these are some
These,
specifics.
yeah, and that's
underneath
that box that was democratization, right? Yeah.
Argue that's what we are doing. And that's what the group of people that are sitting at this table need 23 through 26 to sort of allow us to be able, maybe not the source code, I don't need.
I don't want the source code.
But there are people who know.
My team might. but
Yeah.
not me.
You know, where it is more consumable and digestible, and we can present it to people like my board members and the rest of the public in a way that's understandable.
So again, if you all think we're at that point with the model, then that would be a good way to go. And then you could pick. And what you just described, I think, is probably more number 24. In
Yeah.
other words, you're saying we are at that stage, you should start doing this. And of those recommendations, 20, I'm not telling you what it should be. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
no.
to interpret what you're saying.
Well, and one thing, maybe a little nuance for our audience back in the POTW community is the question of scale, right? It goes back to that first order, second order, third order. If we can incorporate that into these digestible formats and really be transparent, there's some things that the model's not ready to answer. We can't get to that level of scaling. I think that will increase the confidence among our members that the model is not quite ready for a certain scale that we're looking for, but show us where it essentially remains useful and show us what kind of decisions that it can support. I think that's just a common sense approach that generally works for all of us who are in the decision-making role is we have to speak common sense, common language.
This is the first one I've seen all four of you nod your head on.
Oh.
Because we're all like
I know.
staring at these going, what the hell does this mean?
This is what I've been doing for 4 weeks.
I
It's gonna
mean-
come out like an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I started with, it would have been helpful to have the categorization rather than each one of these. There's, I mean, and this has turned out to be a productive conversation, so don't get me wrong, but that's where I'm at, is trying to make sure that we have sort of the practical point of view, the ability, I mean, I'll just be honest. From the initial statement that the panel provided, which was, this model is a good model, it's in good shape, it's usable. You know, of course, they wanted to know what we're gonna use it for, so there's more of that back and forth that needs to happen, but generally speaking, I think we are at the stage where we are using the model, we're having these conversations, we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do as next steps from all points of view. So to your point, are you guys ready to use the model? I'm gonna say yes. I wouldn't be sitting here all day today if I weren't ready to use the model. I've been kind of quiet, but
Steve, did you go through? I couldn't agree with you more. I went all the way
Hungry.
through 27 because I thought it was in the same vein. And then we come back after lunch and start off at 28.
Yeah, 27 is not well, I guess everything's ultimately for me.
Yeah, it's kind of in that thing. Did you, I mean,
But
it is a
27
lot of
is
effort when you
really
get
more-
from it and all that stuff.
27 is more what this group should be doing.
Maybe.
I have a question for the science team, which is for the conduct a more exhaustive set of comparisons following norms in the engineering community as opposed to the conventions of scientific publishing. Do you have a sense of what that means? Okay,
Want me to elaborate?
I would actually.
It's basically, when you do a data model comparison, you know, every vertical profile is compared against, model output. So that's one comparison. And then we do like 5,000 of those, and then sum it all up and put it in a journal article, right? And so they want every single of those 5,000 outputs available to you, and you guys can decide what to do with them. That's what that is. So we have them. Do we save them? I don't know, maybe not. But, that's where we start, is we start out with those 5,000 outputs, and then we come up with a way to workflow through a summarized graphic that goes from station to groups of stations to subregions to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's not actually about communication, it's about transparency.
Yes.
And the rubric by which you distill that 5,000 into what ultimately is summarized, is that something that's documented that we could take a look at? Because I think that would helpful. It goes to the
That was
transparency.
a long topic of conversation with the CTAG subcommittee on validation.
Okay, that would be helpful. Sounds like it's low effort because you're already doing it. Is that true? You've already done it?
It's not a small effort to pull it all back together again. It would, everything would have to be recreated, because I don't think that Faisal saved it all at that scale. But it's not hard to do because the workflows are already there. It would just have to be recreated
I see.
for consumption. Like everything would have to get a label then, like, you know what I mean? It's
Right.
like-
Yeah.
It's like for internal use versus external use, they would have to be recreated, and it would have to be attributed with all the metadata.
In light of.
So
okay,
it's a
sorry.
medium amount of effort.
Yeah.
To do it, but once you set it up, then you can do it in perpetuity.
Okay,
Right? So
that's promising. And it
that
sounds like,
help, because
Yes.
I feel like that's a visualization step.
yes,
If we're trying to go for transparency and kind of going into the future, then that's how you would just set it up so that
Yeah.
it would always be available to people in that way.
I think it's high impact in terms of transparency and community acceptance. I think the level of effort's worth it, especially if there's consensus from our subcommittee already that this is a desired output, so to speak. So I would,
Well, the community hasn't made that recommendation, we're starting to talk with them.
so, but it was a topic of conversation.
Yeah.
And was
We
it
did have
characterized
it.
as helpful? Something that would help the community? So it sounds
I
like
think you have
it.
some CTAG members or some members of the committee here, you can ask them.
I didn't get the question.
No, I just think that it sounds, excuse me, bless you. It sounds promising. It sounds like it has high impact in terms of the fourth thing you spoke of, Steve, in terms of community acceptance. And I understand the level of effort to be intermediate. It's certainly, it's not backbreaking in the sound of it. It sounds like. it
This high,
can be
medium, and
done.
low is bothersome. Let's put it in terms of
More
dollars.
bothering, and so I view that as, I think that its strategic nature kind of elevates it.
Right, so.
That's
tell
how
me,
I'm seeing it.
If you're comfortable putting it in terms of dollars, let us know what that looks like.
What do you think if we were to do that for? Trying to think which ones we would do it for.
Well, I feel like that is a key question.
So that's where it could get,
If it's
that's
of
where
a
it get-
small set of core graphics, you can say, hey, it's only the outcome parameters that I'm really worried about, and I want to see it there. Or you say, I want to see it on everything for which you have data. So then,
so
but I feel like
Or to pilot
you would
it.
have to scope that
Okay.
for us.
but we're talking less than $100,000. I would assume.
Okay.
Would you agree?
We have a lot of years.
I
of
know, a
model-
lot of
we
years.
have 20 years of model output. So this is this is the rabbit hole that Faisal fell into. When he was doing validation, is that, just to really clean it all up and make it available to people. I wouldn't do it 100, Steve. I would say it's more than that, but then take it together as the whole effort of validation, and maybe there's some cost efficiencies there. Does that make sense?
Well, I don't want to get into cost efficiencies. I want to get into if they wanted this, what would it cost?
And I guess, can you help us understand if you were to give everyone a sample of what this could look like, what would it take? Because then you can
there
invite
we go.
additional investment if you will, right?
That's a bite-sized way to think about it. Thank you.
I mean, what's going through our head
Mhm.
when we get asked that question is, okay, 20 years. Okay, wait a minute,
see that.
60 different parameters. How many different scenarios do you want it for? And so we could probably get you into the hundreds of thousands of graphics if we wanted to. So we'd have to, so I guess I'm
The idea of designing,
doing a bite size with kind of the core parameters.
well, it's also just even saying, well, you guys tell us what you think would be really useful. Because do you really want 5,000 graphics, or do you want a way of, kind of aggregating up? or disaggregating and at what level. And so we could take a parameter and kind of walk you through what
Right.
that could look like, and then you use it to decide how to scope out what you want.
Maybe something to demonstrate, right, this as an
The
available
demonstration.
tool
Right, so
to
that's what we
start.
probably start with, but I think what they're asking is, okay, so how expensive is this relative to all of these other things that we've been talking about?
I think it's in the low cost range, like 100K.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right.
So
Again, 100K
to demo.
gets you started. It gets
Right.
this, where you could then say, well, I really want all of this. you know.
Right. That makes sense. So low effort, high impact, I think. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
But what you saw all of us nodding about wasn't getting 5,000 graphics and a synthesis rubric for them. It was, I mean, some people want that, and they should have it, but what it was high level synthesis that could be used to explain what's being done to our stakeholders.
But in particular, I think you were
Also-
asking for the data visualization tool that allows you to say, I want to see this parameter.
Right. I want you to drill down a little further, tell me what's it gonna take.
Yep.
So that helps. Okay.
Interesting. We've reached a good spot to stop for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you all to, you guys go get some food and drink and relax for a few minutes while we do some more work. And if you guys would be so kind to let the members of the committee grab their food first, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. And then that way we can keep going. But I really appreciate you guys sticking with this. It's always awkward to get these things going. Once we get them going, they tend to work, and you guys have been very good. And I appreciate your support. So we got 28 of these things down. We got a few more to go, but I think when we'll take a look at and I've been able to see the quadrants. They're coming together pretty nice. I think we'll be able to prioritize them and have a little deeper conversation when we get done with the last 12. So go grab lunch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a report that just came out. For a particular station. Bunch of these stations.
There's some chips in here.
Oh, and we're eating in here too because of the wind. Is it?
If you want to get on the list.
I don't want to hurt the law.
I mean, here's some good- So here's the council of this. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's that experience. Some had cheese. Meatless Mike, I love it. How cool is that? Lemon, environment, everything. You know, I was. It's in our vertical parts.
May I also please share this with her because you're not editing the shared document. So
I'm not editing on the shared on document for sure.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put this out because I don't want them to look at it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just there's some people online wondering if it was going to be added.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be
So it's,
doing it as we go, right? And then when we get to the next part, we're gonna pull this out.
Yana, you might want to mute the microphone in the room for now.
okay, so you're gonna eventually share this.
Yeah, in fact, I'm pulling these over in right now. I can figure out the easiest way to do that without messing it up. We ready to go online? Got it? Okay.
Then I have to call, you know.
All right, let's go ahead and let's get going. We got still got a lot of work to do. We're on a good spot, and I think that we can finish up we can get these last 12 into the quadrants here in the next few minutes. Let's see if we can't do that. We're back and we're kind of in this, we're in some more specific stuff that I think that we've already dealt with in terms of whether it's parameterization or, or whether it's some sort of other technical task or whether it's a policy task. We've talked about most of the dimensions. So let's go from there. So the next one is on 28 is to compare the impact of a potential intervention of projected changes in the region. So basically looking at, hey, what happens if we do a potential intervention, what happens in the future? So I have no idea how complicated and enterprise that might be. Is that a very complicated exercise to do, Steve?
No, this is one actually, if you ask me, well, no, actually, I'm not gonna go about this. This is one my commission has asked. Well, since I've several people on the commission, they might recognize. What this is if we make a change with local management, but climate change continues to worsen acidification, have you created a circumstance where things are going down, you make an investment, things go back up, and then they continue to go down? Have you fixed the problem, or have you merely bought yourself a few more years, but you end up at the same bad place? So that's a scenario. Essentially, what we'd be doing is running scenarios that say, okay, I'm going to do this intervention, and I'm going to give you 2 or 3 alternatives for what's happening for the global CO2 inputs. And then tell me what those differences are. So it's basically in that category of model runs. I call it a contextual model run.
Yeah, it's a model like a high impact, maybe high effort, but it's something that it's a super high impact that people have already asked for is what I'm hearing from the scoreboards.
Yes.
Yeah.
The perspective from SWORP members agree with Steve 100% is high impact. But effort-wise, did you talk about that already?
We haven't, it's model runs. So again, think about anytime we do a model run, it's $100,000. So think of this as $100,000 type of thing. Obviously, you won't ask me for 1, you'll ask me
Right.
for 10.
Right.
So it'd get more expensive, but there is a cost, there is a
Sort of
scaling,
scale economy.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Sorry, is this medium impact you was, sorry, you don't like high, low, medium, but it's multiples of $100,000, but it's not in the millions.
Right.
Roughly, right? So that's what I mean by medium.
yes.
my question was going to be, and I know that this is one that's of interest to the POTW community, so maybe this is a question actually for Lon. Would you want that to delay this one until other model improvements have taken place, or is this high priority time-wise as well?
That's a good question. I think we wouldn't want to run this while the confidence in the model is inadequate, whatever that means, right? So this seems like a good question to send to, for example, the subcommittee that you have at SCORP, Representative CTAG, to weigh in. For me, the general feedback I've gotten is this is an urgent question in a sense that if the answer is reliable and it tells us that our intervention could be overwhelmed by greater forces, it's important for, I think, all of us to know that now and figure out, what increments that we can affect in a durable manner, what increments that are largely outside of our control. If there's some urgency to that, so I think this needs, once the critical aspects of the models have been addressed to the community's general satisfaction, I'm not looking for 100% satisfaction, but this runs right up against the next layer of priorities. And I'm jumping ahead to the prioritization, but this is important because I think if we don't get this nailed down, all the other exercises to refine the model and do additional model runs could easily become meaningless. And I'm exaggerating for effect, but if you show that greater forces could overwhelm interventions by, say, for the big POTWs, we have some really different decisions to make as a collective.
Don't look at me, look at them.
So,
Feels like a strategic investment to me. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna preliminarily put that one into the quadrant 2. And let's go to 29. So what do we got here? Evaluate. 29 is to the seasonal habitat compression. And the question there, yeah, there it is, there's 28. You could leave that up. Actually, there it is. Sorry about that, Mary. I got ahead of you.
Okay.
Would it, question is the one is related to habitat compression. And the question, hey, is this a new thing, or is this something that is caused by anthropogenic sources? So this is a big question.
Goes to the assertion that we've been delivering the same amount of nutrients and even in terms of loads for decades, right? What's changed that's making this, that our inputs are creating a problem, or is it truly, right? Am I characterizing that correctly? In other words, I've heard our discharge hasn't changed and in fact has reduced in volume over the years. And so, what makes us the problem? Right?
yeah, and right, specifically,
Is getting us to.
right. It's a very important question. Yeah, I think you got it right here.
Is that another one that would be deferred, or would that be deferred pending other model improvements or high priority time wise?
Do we have the data adequacy to tackle that now? I mean, the parameters I've been speaking of so far that need improvement. In your opinion, expert opinion, are some of those necessary to get at the habitat compression assessment? Because a lot of the assertion to date as far as environmental impacts based on habitat compression. So the parameters that we were talking about adjusting earlier today, it seems like some of them are related in terms of how water quality impacts or really is highly associated with habitat compression. So it sounds to me like we have to manage some of those adjustments first before we can revisit this question. But that's sort of a technical question that I'm not positioned to.
So this one, I have not talked with Martha and I have a little bit of confusion on, so I'm gonna state what I think this is. And I'm gonna turn to Martha and see if she agrees. I see this one as a post-processing question. In other words, it's tell me more about the spatial patterns that we're seeing. And is it not just that you have a amount of compression, but are we changing the places of where we have acidification issues? That's why I read this one. You read it the same, Martha?
I think that's true, and I think that Christina's already done that analysis.
No, let's not go to whether she's done it or not.
Wait, sorry, but if we can clarify, because it sounds to me like you're talking about a before and after, meaning change.
Right.
So where's the before and the after, I'm assuming we're talking about now.
Right, the
So-
way I'm reading this one
Uh-huh.
is we did using, for the moment, we'll just call it the all or nothing.
Mhm. The book and-
And you have a loss of habitat. And I think what this one is asking is, okay, so you've summed up the total, all right? But maybe things have changed. Maybe you have this 20% loss, but you have a problem here where you used to never have a problem, and you have things that are better over here than they used to be. So it's not just give me a single number, give me a better understanding of essentially the spatial shifts.
When correct me if I'm wrong, but logically, wouldn't we want to know that the model is accurately predicting the compression before? Don't we need to know that before we can say whether that particular compression is a feature that is historically a traditional feature or is a new feature?
Well, yes and no. I mean, basically, we've run the model, we have it we have the essentially before and after, the A and B, and you're comparing the A and the B. You're asking, don't I have to have enough difference to want to look at the spatial pattern? And this is saying, and if you do, make sure to look at the spatial pattern, not just the total. That's the way I'm interpreting this. Is that consistent with your interpretation, Martha? It's post-processing of runs we've already done.
Yes, Steve.
Not complete agreement?
No, I would encourage people to read the manuscript again, to understand what is there. And again, that's all synthesized up to a short story. But, you know, we got a 20-year simulation that was analyzed for its spatial patterns.
Right, but I don't want this,
Produce that manuscript.
that's a separate conversation of how much of it we have done or not done.
Okay,
The
fine.
question is, do they
Is your
want this?
interpretation correct? Yes.
So I think if we find the before and after to be reliable,
Mhm.
and there's a lot of distillation, a lot of synthesis that got us to that point.
Mhm.
And we talked earlier about reviewing the synthesizing rubric, if you will, to make sure that everyone agrees with how that synthesis occurs. That increased the confidence in the before and after presentation, the graphics that you have produced. Moving forward, if the distillation, it sounds to me, based on long ago recollection of reading the manuscripts, that there's a seasonal parameter, obviously, right? And here, it seems like they want you to add the layer of seasonal habitat compression to anthropogenic nutrient input to make sure that the before and after remain reliably estimated, so to speak. If that's what we're getting at, or that this question is getting at, makes sense that this is a post-processing question. But if the concern is related to how those 5,000 runs, if you will, became distilled into the conclusion that we saw for before and after, that's sort of a data issue that we are circling back. So earlier today, when we were talking about data, in your expert opinion, to improve confidence of the community, to assess the habitat compression, are those improvements, in your opinion, helpful? And would they change the findings from existing work significantly?
So that's not a question you should ask of us. That's a question you should ask of yourselves. If you had more spatial pattern descriptions.
Well, for us, generally, if we can get better data and more reliable data from a user point of view, if I were a decision maker, clearly the answer is yes. But what I don't know is what that return on investment is going to get us, right? If we have reached a point of diminishing return where if I give you another $1 million, you already know you're not going to find a different answer.
I don't think
It would
this
be
has any,
irresponsible for us to go down that path. What I'm asking is, based on what you know of all the different data sources, we alluded to the different quality and availability data from across the different areas. We're talking about habitat. Not all spatial zones have the same abundance and quality of data, right? And if we're about to investigate all these different habitats, different spatial areas with varying patchy data availability, it seems intuitive that we would want to improve the model through better data.
okay. So I think there's a misunderstanding here. This is not going to help you at all with better data or more confidence in the model.
Okay.
All right. This is not changing the model. This is just taking the output that we already have and giving it to you in different outlays. So let me give you an example. Again, my interpretation of this one is we could find that the outfalls have zero impact on the total amount of habitat that's out there. But wait, we've moved the habitat that's acceptable. It used to be closer to shore. Now it's farther from shore. The total is the same. This is saying, look at the spatial patterns as well. Don't just look at the total. So it's a post-processing. I run the model, I essentially provide maps. Instead of looking at the total, you look at where things are changing.
So
And there are
instead
some
of-
areas that get better as a result of the nutrient inputs.
Well, yeah, kelp forests, for example, they generally are
Mhm.
reliant.
Mhm.
So otherwise it's nutrient limited.
So it's a post-processing. Does that make it, can you do it?
Inexpensive.
Inexpensive? Okay.
Inexpensive, yeah. So this is kind of a high impact, low effort.
Well, again, the question is the impact. You have to determine how important this is to you in making decisions.
So instead of the bookends, it sounds to me like a post-processing will give us the ability to look at finer slices, or is
No,
there something
no,
different?
the bookends are the
Are
bookends. In
still the
other words, you
bookends.
run the model and you go
Okay.
with nutrients, without nutrients.
Okay,
And then you get, in a sense, a map over space and time. And what you're looking to do is go, where is it different? Or what has changed? And essentially you get a map of that.
I see.
And there are some areas that have changed enough that you essentially have lost habitat. Okay, and there's some areas that have changed enough, you've gained habitat. And the things that we're doing are summarizing it at a fairly high level. This is saying, provide the data output at
Okay,
ways that allows you to look at smaller spatial scales, maybe things, maybe the total is this, but this area got better, this area got worse.
but so as managers, if I get a map of,
Mhm.
say, dividing the Southern California bite into hypothetically 10 zones.
Mhm.
4 of them improved, 2 of them stayed the same, the other 4 didn't look that great.
Mhm.
From a management point of view on nutrients, what are we gonna do with that?
That's,
Good question.
that's for you.
I mean, that's asking what species are more important to us. And it's not the first time one would have to
Grapple.
contemplate such trade-offs, right? So I don't know.
But what we want to know, it sounds like the answer is generally yes. But
I guess my thought is the overall impact still an impact, right? Like, have we traded all of this habitat for other habitat elsewhere? Or is it that, there's a 75% impact and only 25% improvement elsewhere? That makes any
Right.
sense.
right, for example, if the kelp forests that proliferate, that depend on, say, the Point Loma kelp forest, they feed off of the Point Loma outfall nutrients. If we remove that inflow, that's a trade-off, that ecosystem will be impacted. But we could end up improving some other area through that action. To me, that complicates things a bit, but it's still useful information for us to know. I think, because if, again, I look at you because I often want to make sure I'm not making a wrong assumption. So not asking you for an answer.
Right, your assumption is
To
correct.
add kelp forests to the number of the species
uptake.
that are considered in the model, though?
That's part of my question,
Right.
because we've asked about uptake in the past, right, through some of these.
Right, so that would be slightly different than that, but you could make that a modification if you want to know, are kelp forests going to be in better shape? I think what she's referring to is not kelp forest from a pteropod perspective.
Right.
But kelp forests from a kelp forest perspective. That's a slightly different question than we've been using. We've been focused on with the modeling we've done here so far, but we could answer that question. In other words, if you want to talk about I don't think they made that recommendation, but this is where you would, in that category of additional model runs that you'd like to see, or additional model interpretations you'd like to see. Say, in addition to looking at the effect on anchovies or pteropods, I'd like to see what the effect is on kelp. And that's doable. But I think that's kind of almost one of the ones coming up here. Number 30 comes up with that.
So where do we end up on, I think the pteropods and anchovies kind of the same question as the additional species, right? Yeah, it's,
Yeah, because I think this is important to prevent unintended consequences. You know, a lot of folks have this misperception that, you know, wastewater outfall essentially is an area with nothing exciting to see. It's actually quite habitat, if you will. You know, there's a lot of, there's its own little ecosystem. Incrustation on the outfall is a real problem. You have to pry stuff off constantly. And if you go offshore fishing, often folks will say, I have this wonderful spot for you to go fishing, and it's right near our outfall. It's actually an attractant for a lot of biota. And I think one of the things we should consider is, again, making sure that the things that are dependent in some ways have grown dependent over 71 years of our discharge, that we're not overlooking the impact on those dependencies, if you will.
so where's that high, is that a low impact, high impact for you?
I think it's high impact because we overlook that the unintended consequences could be severe.
The balance, right, between the negative and the positive.
Exactly.
impacts, Right? Like,
Yeah.
Well, it could be beneficial for one species, it might not be for another.
Right.
If you're on the range.
Right,
I think it's
exactly.
important to, Yeah, keep this balance in mind. As you're saying.
So I would suggest we put it in quadrant 1, which is the high impact, low effort one, right, with the other species.
Post-processing.
And then just
consider low impact, low effort.
Right, so if you're talking about either, oh, there's one way, 29 or 30, both are post-processing.
29, 30, they're post-processing,
Meaning that
fairly
they're-
low effort.
Right?
Yeah.
The runs have already been done.
The
You
runs
just
have
to
been
go
done.
in and
Good.
Interpret them.
So Mary, did you get that? 29 and 30 can go in.
I need to just verify I got the numbers right. Yeah, 29 and
I
30.
think, yeah, I put 29 in the wrong one, I think here, so I'll move it.
So anything that's post-processing is sort of thresholds that already exist or indices that already exist. If we're talking about kelp, those are brand new model runs. Right? So make sure that we put things in their proper categories.
Let's get there.
It's very species dependent based on whether or not we have information. So a little vague as recommendation itself, I guess, depending on where we want to look.
Okay, so that's got us through 30. Mary, are you caught up?
Yep.
Don't want to lose you. Okay, good. Let's go to 31. This is that, this is the question related to, are there places of particular economic, ecological concern rather? And how to present those. Same concept, going back to the food web.
Are we talking about ASBSs?
I'm sorry?
Are we talking about ASBSs, area of special biological significance as designated by the state of California?
I didn't see that. They could be though.
They may not know how we characterize those zones, but ASBSs are integral to the BITE project. And do we have existing data where we can partition out the ASBSs for this analysis,
Yes.
for post-processing?
Yes.
I would add marine protected areas.
There you go. Yeah,
as
it was-
well.
yeah. Okay.
Right, I think what this one is saying, and it's not much different than what 29 was saying, is I don't care whether you affect everything hardly at all, but if you affect this area, then I do care. So give me a breakout on this area.
How about we couch it in, I care more.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we don't have enough money to care about everything. That's a practical reality.
And then, I mean, so to me, this is just you all saying, these are the areas of particular concern to us. And please, when you're giving us the results, give us the total, but also give us for these particular areas. And that's very doable.
Okay, so that would be, that's 31. So 31, we're gonna put in the same category then.
Yeah, if we don't pay attention to these areas, we're gonna end up in a bit of world hurt.
32. This is, we're back at 32 is we're back to the ensemble thing. I think that then I would suggest that that probably goes with the other item on ensemble modeling.
Steve, can you talk about the technical point of view, when you transition from ROMS-BEC to ROMS-Marble, would that support this initiative of the ensemble approach, or are they too closely related to?
Right, so what they have here is a little bit different
Mhm.
in the sense that this is a single model ensemble as opposed to essentially a multiple model ensemble. But the concept of an ensemble is I have essentially more than one model. And if they give me the same answer, so you'll see that all the time with climate change, you'll see lines, you see usually 8 lines together, 8 different models being run. And that kind of is giving you, you can go in and do sensitivity analysis within a model to see what the spread is, but people think about it as being more powerful than rather than looking within the model, looking across models. You have the option in front of you of saying, we would like you to develop another model. There are at least 2 models that we could use, not be starting from scratch, but it's not cheap. So be thinking $500,000 to probably build it out. Marble is one of them.
So can you tell us more about this transition to Marble? I wasn't aware that that was something that was planned, or is
Well,
that?
I wouldn't call it a transition in the sense of like it's going to happen. First off, there are some people who are doing Marble for a variety of things. We're looking at Marble for a variety of things. In terms of what we're talking about here, it's just another alternative. It's not a huge difference in the sense that it's built on the same basic structures. There are other models that are available. Chris Edwards has another model we could use. So I think you should look at that and go, am I going to get more comfort that I understand uncertainty by doing more sensitivity analysis, or am I going to get more comfort by doing something like a ROMS-BEC comparison to a ROMS-Marble?
How much code sharing or code overlap would you allow to consider the ensemble approach truly independent?
I'm going to turn to Martha and face Sol for that. Do you think Marble is independent enough of BEC that it would be a good comparison?
It's a good question and hard question. Independent enough, maybe not. And the only reason is because the same team is testing both. That's my honest answer. But I would bring the UCLA team to answer this question with more detail, because I am not the one testing Marble and running Marble, so it's hard to answer.
But we're not talking about how well it agrees. What we're asking is there enough difference in the construct that we really think of it as something to compare?
So there are a lot of similarities in the code and in the parameters. Enough, I don't know, because I don't know what's the threshold of enough, but there are a lot of similarities. Yes, they are coded over similar mathematical equations for BGC, for biochemistry. I think, so yeah, there are a lot of similarities, so you need to be cautious about that if you want to compare them.
Okay.
So there's some value in it, clearly, but you're hearing a
Right,
bit of hesitancy. that
right.
It's not as tough a test as something that's based upon something completely different.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
That's really for
Can you
you.
tell me what Marble stands for? Is it?
And that
Someone,
It's a new term
the
for
new
me
model.
too. So
Yeah.
what's the saying now?
what's the abbreviation stand for?
Barely know what ROMS-BEC stands for.
Biogeochemistry Library.
Oh, thank you.
So Kevin, which quadrant would that one go in? 32.
that one fell into the Is that a model run or again, no, this is the ensemble. We're talking about the ensemble right now? Yeah, the ensemble is where when did we talk about ensembles before? We were kind of putting that off. That was a,
When Steve was binning the categories, I think it was one of the,
And it's one of the
Transformation
uncertainty
thing.
quantification methods.
it seems like high effort if we want, okay,
yeah, it feels like a high effort.
but it could be high impact.
That's where we'll put it. That's 30. There you go. Okay.
You have that one, Kevin?
So 32, so you got 32? Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Domain average statistics on shelf areas. Domain average statistics are dominated by the deep ocean, focus on shelf areas.
Wow.
How much impact and effort is that?
This, sorry, before you talk effort, this is one of the points that our community it's very important to our community. From the community's point of view, this is high impact.
So from the wastewater community, this 33 is high. Is that what you're hearing?
Yes, let me make sure I didn't read this incorrectly,
Okay.
but yes, hold it as high for now, please. Thank you.
We agree on our end. It would be interesting to do more work on the individual outfalls and this recommendation.
But I don't view this one as to work on individual outfalls.
It says it, but it's.
Fate of outfits from individual outfalls.
Okay, well, to me, yeah, I mean, you're right, it's there. The way that I'm reading this one is, again, it's a post-processing showing different sub areas. So the individual outfall is its own separate thing. I don't know why they kind of bundled them.
I think I need to reorient myself to what this recommendation is getting at then.
So it's post-processing.
Again, if you read the part about individual outfalls, it may
Yeah.
not be.
But there are other shelf areas of interest that are not necessarily
That's what I was gonna
associated with
say. Thank you.
outfalls. So maybe the way to rephrase is that shelf area inclusive of areas with outfalls, if you will, right?
Okay.
We're not excluding anything, it's just shelf areas. Does that make sense from the technical point of view?
Well, let me turn to Martha. Do you read this one the same way that I do, that this is mostly post-processing?
Yes, except for individual outfalls.
Individual outfalls is now, I'm going to do a whole model run where I let everything else stay the same and I lower what comes from an individual outfall.
Talked about the model not quite being set up for that at this time. Or
Well,
no?
we didn't.
What,
talk-
what,
right, we
because
didn't
this
talk
is the
about
first
that.
order and third order question, so I'm just trying to understand where we're at.
Right, so could you use the model to, if you're asking the question, can I use the model right now to look at an individual outfall? I can,
Cannot,
I
okay,
can,
you can,
I can.
but the
Could
rest,
you do it better?
right?
Right, by looking at, by scaling down,
Mhm.
yes, that's one of the things that's in front of you as a
Reduce the
model
uncertainty.
improvement. I think the thing to recognize is, so again, we're getting a little bit off topic here.
Well, it's an important discussion.
All right,
Yeah.
as long as you
Yeah,
recognize
that's
we're
fine,
now
yeah.
starting to vary into other recommendations. You have to think about the scale at which you are looking to make an interpretation.
Right,
Right, if you want to interpret what's happening on the bite as a whole, then the model as it's presently configured probably does that pretty well,
Mhm.
all right? If you're trying to make an assessment of where your plume goes as I make it, as I make it denser with, with recapture, then that you probably do want to cut the scales down because 300 meter isn't going to describe where your plume goes locally. But if you're looking at how nutrients affects the buzz, what happens in that 10 to 300 is probably not crucial.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay.
In that regard, but what I'm trying to understand is back to this question, right? When they allude to the outfall, if it's just a general statement that was stated out of bit of casualness, if you will. But the intent, as you understand, is to look at the effects along the shelf, if you will, shelf areas. We have an opportunity here as a group to modify this to address that question.
Correct. Right. So this is
So-
basically subsetting the data, in which we have a model output. It's post-processing to say, I don't want to know what it is for the entire Southern California bite. I want to know what it is for the shelf. To me, that's the same thing as I want to know what it is in an MPA. You're just subsetting.
Right, it's what you do for the bite project. You have all these strata that
We
you
do
look
that,
into, and you're already experts in that area.
Yep.
So if this comports with how you typically design your bite project program, it makes sense to me for us to give it a bit of assessment on effort. But I think it's the individual outfalls that sort of caught us by surprise. So is that something, again, I don't, clearly representing POTWs, that gave us a bit of pause. And as much as I like to make sure that we represent our interests to the best of my abilities, I like to make sure that we're not being entirely self-serving, you know, in the expert's opinion in interpreting the question. Do we feel that the model can adequately look at the shelf areas if we strike the individual outfall from this recommendation?
Yes. Easily. It's post-processing what we've already done.
Because what I'm hearing is that if we were to really dive into that question of individual outfalls, it's going to require some contemplation of scaling and so on and so forth. And
Right, so that
I don't
would-
think that's what we're talking about here.
Right, so that if you're talking about individual outfalls, now you're talking about whole new model runs.
Okay.
Because we haven't done any model runs
So
on what
it's the
happens. with-
difference between post-processing, if you focus on the shelf versus if you extend this into looking at individual outfalls. Now you're talking running more scenarios.
Right.
Okay.
I know right now
Okay.
what you've got is essentially a map, a 3D map, actually 4D map if you consider time of what's happening to all the chemistry. And what this is saying is, well, just give me a subset. You know, give me this region, right? Give me the shelf because what's happening, 100 miles offshore is maybe less interesting to me. I want to know. In a lot of ways, it's very similar to give me a breakdown by MPAs.
So it sounds like to me, the 34, 35, and 36, we've been talking about them in different ways. They're all at high impact. They're all high impact. I mean, Lon's telling you that they're important to them. I can hear that. So I hope you all hear that too. My question is this the work? Is it that kind of post-processing work on these three, or is this a deeper dive into the mechanics of the model?
Okay, so they're all a little different. So number 34, using that as an example. Think about, we've got the bookend scenario. And now you're simply saying to me, just don't give me the whole, give it to me, give me the output, the answer broken down by
Post-processing.
post-processing to sub areas.
Okay.
Right.
It's 34.
34. Let's go to.
Let's do 35.
I was gonna say, let's do 36.
Okay.
Because it's closer to things we've already talked about.
Okay.
What 36 is now a completely different animal. It's back to validation. And what it's saying is, don't just validate against spatial patterns, validate against temporal patterns. And here are some particular example data sets that you can use, some of which we've done, some of which we have not. 30.
So a little higher effort,
What's that?
a little higher level of effort.
Well, it's again, it's the same thing as any of the other validations. It's comparing an output that we already have, you don't have to do a new model run, to a data set. In this case, it's just saying, pick a data set. I've got one, instead of having many locations and trying to recreate a spatial pattern, pick a location and try and recreate a temporal pattern. If you can't recreate the temporal pattern, something wrong with the model.
Got it.
Okay.
So
So that's what 36 is, and it's no more or less expensive than comparing to the spatial patterns. It's post-processing of data we already have. 35 is a somewhat different animal in the sense that you now have to have 2 runs. In other words, you've got to have a run that's a 300-meter run and a 1-kilometer run, and you're asking how different is the answer? And is it not all that different? Then maybe when it's telling you, maybe when you go forward, you might want to only be using the 1-kilometer thing because it's less expensive.
Do you have the 1-kilometer data?
And the answer is we do. So I'd have to maybe chat with them a little bit more if we have it exactly right, but we probably do. And in which case the expenses, can I say that we want to compare? Okay, he's not even saying yes.
Is that more of a quick win in your head, or is it more of a strategic investment to think about?
Again, this is a decision for you all.
Sure.
Going down the road, would you want to essentially save money by making management decisions on the 1-kilometer model? Or would you rather use the 300-meter model, which we've already built out? If you want to do so many runs and you want to save money,
That sounds like.
then this might be a worthwhile thing to do. Because you can figure out, okay, it's almost like a variability thing. How much different are the answers? If you're making such big decisions that you go, well, screw it, I don't want to save $50,000 on a model run. I want the best answer possible. Then you wouldn't bother with this. Or I shouldn't say wouldn't bother. This wouldn't be a high priority for you.
Yeah, this sounds like more of a strategic kind of decision about whether we make that investment.
Yep.
It's not bad. Gonna have to do some work. Okay.
Well,
So
the
that-
question is, what do we lose at the 1-kilometer level? And I don't think.
We're
we
not gonna make
know
that decision, right?
Well, presumably this is something that the science team already knows to some extent and maybe has
Well-
published on as well.
Right, the answer is largely yes.
Because you're essentially collapsing cells, if you will, in some sense. Right? So, well, hello, who's breaking into our meeting? Oh, Wally, thank you. I think this seems like a screening technique. For example, if at some point using the 300-meter sizing, you end up finding nothing, if you will, for future monitoring and whatnot, you may choose to expand and reduce computational power just for surveillance and reduce the level of effort. But for what's at hand in terms of management decision, I don't think we're at that stage yet. We're not at the maintenance stage yet, where we're just monitoring to make sure that big changes aren't happening. It seems like we're still at somewhat the granular level to have higher confidence of what we're looking at. So for that reason, I'm a little confused about the recommendation. Is this strictly to help us save money? Because this may not be the right stage to save money when such important decisions are at hand.
I think you're thinking about it exactly right.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, so I would, not sure about,
So that's 35. I think that puts it into that takes it out of the quick win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes it out of the quick win and puts it into the high effort, high impact. Yeah. So that's 35. Put it into high impact, high
I don't
effort.
think it's high effort since they already have the data.
it's not really even high impact in some sense, because it's just not appropriate for this time of this project, for this effort. Essentially, it's a little too reductive,
Yeah.
what I can tell
Thought I heard something
in
else.
some ways. Sorry, Kevin.
No.
So yeah.
So are we low impact, low effort? Is that where we are?
Yeah, I think we'll go with low impact, low effort on that one.
I'm sorry, we'll let Mary finish.
36, where we at with that one? It's the high temporal. It's the time solution.
This sounds to me, if my notes are correct, post-processing. And because there's a seasonality to the habitat compression, it seems logical for us to understand the temporal pattern better.
However,
Okay, add the however, please.
all of your data, probably, 75% of the data that you want to do this with is recent, meaning post 17. So we would have to update the model
I see.
just to bring it forward in order to be able to do the data model
Oh,
comparison.
interesting. Well, in the frame of also climate change and so on and so forth, it seems wise for us to continue augmenting the data to understand, plus all the water recycling projects that are coming online. It may be helpful for us to understand a little better, what's happening since 2017. Because that's going to be essentially some of these projects baseline, especially for the LAs. But not seeing anybody from LA County San jump up, so.
So where does this one fall? To me, this is like the similar, we've kind of really talked about things like this. These are strategic investments that take a long period of time, right?
And it could have a high impact.
Yeah,
If we
absolutely.
get this wrong, things can go
So what this
sideways.
is this is another one of your validation steps. It's validated in time, validated in space. And there are some data sets that are ready to do now.
Mhm.
There are some data sets.
Some days that you gotta go get. Yeah.
We'd have to get them, but we'd have to update the model
Mhm.
if we want to use some of the more recent ones.
Mhm.
And some of the better ones are more recent.
So is it as simple as updating your data set and feed the model the new data set and say, go run?
Well, it's not feeding data sets. It's basically the models have been run
Mhm.
for a window
Mhm.
between
Now
2013
you're
and 2017. You'd be saying, give me another model run. In other words, give me a model run that runs between 2017 and 2024.
So they would not be integrated. It would be a separate run, but
Right.
using the same parameterization. and
Correct. You
boundary
wouldn't be
conditions.
fixing the model. You would be just running the model.
Interesting.
Okay, we got 4 more recommendations. Let's get through them. Let's go to 37. So 36 ended up in the high impact, high effort category.
Do we ever resolve 34?
34, we were in high impact, low effort.
Thank you.
Okay. $38 any different than 37? Is 37 any different from 36?
So they are different.
Is 37 new data?
Yes.
High frequency?
CHF radar data.
So again, this is just another of the essentially validation data sets you can use. And if you think this data set is particularly relevant, you should rate it high. And if you don't think it's particularly relevant, or you don't think you need that level of validation.
Since that data set exists, can that fall into that, I'm sorry, that fall into the low effort?
What does a validation exercise look like? Are there
Right, so we
model
go-
runs?
Right, so no, we take the existing model runs and we take the existing observational data and we compare them. And get to see how far they deviate.
So is that low effort then?
Right, so this is, what we said is basically for every one of these data sets, think $100,000 to go get the data, do the comparisons, meet with people to document it. I think the thing that you won't, again, this is where I was saying earlier, you gotta think about the category. You know, how important is validation to you relative to, say, sensitivity analysis or to a model ensemble? If you're going to do validation, which parameters make the most sense? So what this is basically saying is use high frequency radar. High frequency radar, what that gets you is the surface currents. So if we get the surface currents wrong, is that going to lead you to go, well, I don't trust the model anymore? Or if you look at it and say we got the surface currents wrong, well, that doesn't drive acidification, so do I really care? Versus some of the other parameters you can validate.
That was from the team.
So the data exists,
It exists.
should be a relatively lower effort. Just we have the data, correct?
Yep.
So put it in there, 37. Okay. What do we have?
Sorry,
Get
quick question
logged.
on that. My apologies while you're looking for your spot. For 37 high frequency radar, would that surface current impact particle sinking rates and so on and so forth? Is that a driver for that kind of,
Would call it a driver, but
it
Was
would
it-
influence that?
it could.
It could, okay. Because I think that's one of the things our community point out is important, is the particle sinking rate. So where do we land on that? Kevin, do we say it's low effort, high
On
impact?
37,
Mhm.
37, we're in high impact, low effort.
Perfect, thank you.
And 37 through 39 are the same text, but with different.
With different pieces, and that's, I was just gonna say, I think that we could probably say that we just got to figure out, does the data exist? That's kind of the differentiator that we've been using.
The 38 is very similar to ones we had before about look at it from a protected area, look at it from shelf. It's basically saying just look at subsets. It's all the same recommendation in a sense.
These are all post-processing type of work?
Yep.
So 37, 38 going to high impact, low effort. 39. Same, the 39.
It appears to be the same,
Mhm.
just another.
In terms of
Another
population.
set of parameters.
Mixing.
Okay. And then 40, okay, so when we get to 40, I'm feeling like a lot of the stuff, the questions that we've asked today, the detail, a lot of that concern about where does it fit and the sequencing, what have you. How do we make decisions about investment in the future, kind of fall into this last piece. And I got the sense that this advisory board was something of a continuation of this group, but kind of in a new iteration, right? With different faces and maybe all the right people sitting at the table. So, question is, how do you all feel about establishing an advisory board, and where do you want to place in the quadrant so we can get to prioritization?
Seems like it's already done. We're already here, but if the community would like a different type of representation.
Yeah, you can see here that the panelists were thinking that a more integrated group would be more efficient in making decisions, but I think that was their kind of their bias and perspective was something, like to have an efficient process. I don't know if that's the right value. Sometimes more process is needed, and these are complicated issues. So I do think, that, this project has a steering committee. You've got the commission overseeing it, CTAG's involved. There's a lot of folks that have some semblance of oversight over it, yet we find ourselves kind of here. So.
And I know, Steve, you had, when you highlighted the recommendations from the expert report to the commissioners, this item, I believe, was brought up for discussion as among one of the reasons, aside from supporting you to implement recommendations to be consistent with recommendation 40. The subcommittee, the OAH subgroup from CTAG has been, I think you've been generous in welcoming experts to participate. I think this item could almost be perceived as somewhat in progress or.
Well, I see
complete, or-
what we're doing with the CTAG subcommittee is different.
Uh-huh.
CTAG subcommittee is looking at the projects that we take on. Are we doing them technically correctly? This recommendation is exactly what we're doing here.
Mhm.
Are we doing the things that the management community needs us to do? And
What are we missing? Yeah.
this is not one that I really think well, I don't know, maybe I do need your input on. I was about to say, I want this regardless of whether you recommend it. I feel like we're doing this for the community.
You mean a PSC is what you
Whether
want?
we do it through the PSC or some other, and what I'll do is I'll probably talk with the commission and the SWIP commission and say, this group has been functioning effectively. I probably recommend to them, I'd like to keep you all going if you want to. And if the commission feels we need to broaden it, or do something different, then I'll go elsewhere. But this is just an easy recommendation, stay in touch with the community, help the community figure out what's important. That one's just a very easy one. I think the thing that we haven't talked about at all today, because we've stuck very close to the line by line things, that I want to get a feel from this group for is, are there any runs that you want to start doing with them?
So we've gotten input from our community that they would prioritize doing some of the sensitivity analysis or other work to bolster the model before doing additional.
Well, again, if that's the way this entire group
Yeah.
feels, then I make my recommendation to the commission that we're not going to do additional model runs until we've done some of these other things, because the community feels that way. So I don't know if that's the way you all feel too. But to me, that's the kind of reason I need a group like this.
So I guess my only question is, you've got, technically minded, but not actual modeling scientist folks here who are giving you high level guidance. You said you have, is it the CTAG that's weighing in on the technical aspects of the projects that you're doing? Is there a bridge there that's missing in terms of folks giving you very technical guidance about scoping out projects?
So the answer to that is, again, I'm hesitant to go too far because this will be part of my presentation to the commission. But I think I can share that because it's very relevant to this one. I think you want the chair of that committee to serve on this committee, to serve as a bridge. I think you're 100% correct in what you're asking.
Chair of which committee?
The chair of the CTAC committee, or the vice chair, or whatever, some leadership of that committee to join you here. Because as you go forward, the way I'm looking at this is not a one-time exercise. I'm looking at this group would meet annually, semi-annually, so we can report out on what we've accomplished, what we haven't accomplished. You could then help reprioritize where we go. You need to hear from somebody independent of us, CTAG. That'd be the one to say, okay, this is what they have accomplished, or like, we're really worried because we think they're doing it all wrong, and you all should let them know that I did say that.
And the CTAG committee chair, how often does that position rotate? Is it like the CTAG chairship? Because again, you should have an opportunity for all sectors that wish to participate to rotate into that role.
We have not gotten that far.
Okay. I think that's important.
That would be, again, now we're getting a little weedier beyond this, but yes.
Well, it's not weedier in that if you're going to have that person sit at
here.
this table, they're going to represent the entire CTAG, not just their specific sector.
Well, perhaps what we could do then is have a chair and a vice chair, and both would sit on this kind of committee. So, with it, again, I think what I want to acknowledge is what Lorian said is, if we're going to continue a committee like this, it should have some liaison to the technical side.
And is that
And I
an
agree.
ad hoc position that we would, I mean, we'll, as a committee, we'll discuss that obviously, but if you can sketch out through what you envision that person's role is for us, and we can evaluate that and get back to you. Because we talked about membership a while back, right, as part of the recommendation from the expert panel, and we can revisit all of that.
So where are we at with the idea of having this kind of a higher impact idea?
With the
I'm
low.
kinda
hanging
going back
fruit,
and
We're
forth.
already doing it. So I think it's already in progress.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
probably in the low, in that kind of
It's-
quick wins thing, just
Yes.
figure out how you want to
Yeah.
structure it.
High impact, low.
So we'll put 40 there in number 1. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I want to check in with everybody. Karen, when is your flight?
Not till later, but I have a
Okay.
3 o'clock meeting I need to be on, so
Yeah.
I'm.
So yeah, we're gonna go. Is your flight anytime before, is your time before 3?
No, my flight's at 6.
Okay, good. Just want to check in, make sure nobody's against a time deadline. Now, yeah, we're gonna be out of here at 3, like I said. So let's go. Let's pull this up. So what this represents is kind of the grid as we went through it. When we went through it in real time, the 4 different quadrants. The low impact, high effort, you may not need to prioritize, and it's not gonna take much work in 3. But columns 1 and 2 are gonna be a little difficult here. Let's first look at columns 3 and 4. I want to make sure that we got those 2 that are in 3 correct. That's the first win we can get. Those ended up being there because we had data sets and we thought that we could get that work done easily, and it was both low impact and low effort. At the right spot for those? Any strong feelings if they're not the right spot? Let's go to number 4. I want to look at column 4, the low impact and high effort column. Are any of those in the incorrect column? Number 4, to incorporate the observation of biomass normalized rates. 7 was to consider impacts of parameter uncertainty. These are tending to see how it's gone out here. We're seeing that these kind of bigger picture things are here. Additional sensitivity analysis, which a lot of the sensitivity analysis fell in the high impact. This one didn't. So I want to call that out. Number 9 there. 10, undrying heat processes. And then the last 2 were some of that research work that we, 10, 11, and 10, 10C, 10D, that was kind of that researchy work that we weren't quite sure what it was going to turn out to be, but irrespective, it was going to be a lot of work.
I can just
So
put,
anyone
I can just
only
put
or
numbers
any
next to it to add the priority to it, Kevin. I can just put numbers, assign a number to each one.
I'm
in
not
order.
priorities yet. I'm not doing priorities yet. I'm making
Okay.
sure we've got everything in the right box here. And I'm not hearing anything on 4. And what if we can agree that 3 and 4 look okay, then that tells us the only thing that we've got to do is figure out, we got to be comfortable that our high impact activities are in the right column. They're either low effort or high effort. And that frankly is a subjective judgment that you're going to make today, and is going to be rethought over and over again. But I think it's important for us to get our, your best perspective on that. But let's close on 4. Anything else on 4? Column 4, anything in the wrong column?
So can I ask sort of how we're going to use these priorities moving forward? I could see a scenario where OCSAN or the State Water Board thinks that one of the high impact, low effort, or the strategic investments is really important for our agency to start working on now. But if it's not, if this committee doesn't think it's the highest priority, are you just not going to do it?
No.
So
Right.
I'm like, does it matter what the priority ranking is in these necessarily? Or this just says, I've got my project steering committee thinks this is important. This is a basis, part of the basis for my decision with moving forward on this particular contract.
It's an interesting question.
Don't think of it as particular contract. Think of it as what we at SQUIRP are going to actively seek out. All right, so I think to me, that's the difference. The things that you think we should actively seek out versus those things that maybe we'll do because they're relevant, but they wouldn't necessarily be the first choice. So, I'll be curious that you have about half a dozen different validation things there. We'll see when you get through prioritization, whether you really want us to do all half dozen or whether maybe one gets elevated, the other become less important.
But I think what Karen did, what you're asking though is does the priority even matter if we know that this committee reached a conclusion that it was a high impact, low effort thing? Does the prioritization even matter? And it's an interesting
Well, I
question.
guess I'm assuming that your next step is for us to decide in what order these things
I'm
have
not gonna
to
do it in
go.
what order. But what I was gonna suggest is that, because I think doing the what order is a waste of time.
Okay,
And I'll say why. Yeah, a waste of time because this document is gonna outlast on this. There's more work here. If you were to do half of this work, how many years would you be working on this?
I'm retiring in 2 years.
It's a lot of work. So I feel like what we should be focusing on in columns 1 and 2 are looking at these key things, just to differentiate. But hey, these are the most important set. It might be 2, it might be 3, it might be 5. But if you could differentiate within these guys, the recommendations that your opinion as the project steering committee folks are the most important. I think getting beyond that is a bridge too far. What we can say is, hey, these are the most important to us.
Yeah.
And
can I just say that today's conversation has been super helpful for me to hear and understand what these are. And I mean, I think it would be helpful for me to take this list back in its current form and talk to my team again.
I like that. And we need to do the same. But could you, Steve, do us a favor and overlay your 4 bins on top of these? Some of these might have multiple colors, but I think that would help us too.
Yeah, that would, I agree.
I also think, not going towards like, as you said, rearranging these in the particular order, but there definitely were some items where like all 4 of us had consensus, like these are what we all agree on versus some were like, oh, this is more important to OPC or versus OC SAN. So I think it's important to note which ones are unanimous, like, or just like all strongly supported.
that's kind of what I was going through with it. Just take it like, if there's something we can get consensus on across 1, 2, 3, hey, this is a really particularly important one. I think that's useful. But I also like the idea of being able to take it back and talk technically internally, so you have so that there's more validity to the work here.
Yeah, I think you'll get more value out of us taking this away and maybe like you have $1 million, split it among these areas, kind of input, and then we come back and we have the conversation that helps us get back to what you were talking about, which is, okay, everybody thinks this one's really important. Then, some of us think these are important, some of us think these are important, so we can get a better sense rather than us trying. I feel like I'm not equipped necessarily to do that today. I'd like to talk to my team again. And this is a much more digestible form
Getting there.
for me to have that conversation, and after having today to kind of think it through and listen to the conversation and listen to the experts, weighing in, that I think you'll get more valuable input than at least from my perspective, you're going to get something more valuable from me after I talk to my team.
And I think that would probably be good to get that kind of impact from you. And your
We
staff.
can
Yeah.
meet in a month or so and come back to this, and we wouldn't have to meet for a day. It would be, a
I
couple
think
of hours to go back through, okay, here's where we were. Now we've had a chance to chat. Here's what we think now. I agree.
And would that give you enough time?
Oh, yeah. I need, first off, I'm getting most of what I need here already. And I need it before I go to CTEC, and that's a month from now. So we
Okay,
got a
so
month.
you need
Your
it
May
before.
6th.
I think, yeah, and you could give me
I've got a
this,
date, yeah.
so you give this to me a couple of days before.
Okay.
So you're talking about the end of
So
April.
it would be helpful to have a meeting set before. before we leave here, so I can then circle back. with my
We can
schedule.
meet online, maybe we can get everybody there.
So Karen, you asked me a question. What happens if somebody offers me funds to do something that's not prioritized?
Mhm.
So I want to give you two answers to that. The first is, I'm not obliged to limit to this list. There'll be lots of things that will come up as opportunities, ways to improve the model, all kinds of things that aren't priorities to you, but either my team thinks is important. My goal here is to figure out what's important to you. We'll figure out what's important to us. Independently. For what it's worth, they'll match up really well. I think the thing I'm more interested in, there were two topics that we haven't talked about much, that I'd like to hear you talk about a little. One is Juan has expressed interest in our moving the model to essentially smaller grid sizes around. That you feel need to be done before we should take on additional scenarios.
Well, to your first statement about what OCCN is interested in, we would like to understand, the outfall specific question. But we also, more important to us is to address the model uncertainty for community buy-in, because what I don't want to create is a scenario where OCCN runs ahead of the rest of our community. That would be highly undesirable. So part of the reason why I'm here is to make sure that we don't end up creating a regrettable precedent for anybody. So from OCCN's perspective, our progress on the outfall specific project will depend on addressing the panel
Perfect.
recommendation.
Perfect. That's really helpful to me. I mean, you doing it, them doing it, going, okay, this is when we should move on. Again, I called it the major bins. There's a bin to me that almost all the things we've talked about today are not in model improvement or model expansion. They're in, when are we ready to do that? And yours being the perfect example. So getting some feedback from people as to which of these things are precedents. And similarly, if there are certain things that the group feels should be done before we take on additional scenarios, I'd like to see if the group can agree upon that. If you can't, well, then that could put me in an awkward position of going, you want me to do something and you don't think it's ready. This is not good. So I'd like to find out, I'd like to see this group weigh in on which of these things really should be done first. And then if so, I need a mechanism for it. And who's the group that's going to help define the scenarios? Because I don't want to run all your scenarios without running your scenarios that you all both think, and I just picked on you two now. Because you're close. So that's where this group, I think I'd like to, what I'm saying is you've given me most of the information I need. These are the small pieces you haven't given me, kind of how the temporal pieces play out.
If I look at the 4 bins that you have, that will help us a lot.
Okay.
Because the first bin starts with basically increasing model confidence. Once we're confident, we can go to your second bin, which is scaling. And then we can deal with the scenarios, and then the community acceptance should be almost a foregone conclusion. We will have gone through this journey for many, many months together.
Yep.
So I think the sequence by which you built the bins make a lot of sense. I would recommend that we follow that sequence.
Yeah, because it's the same thing. I don't want to spend a lot of time getting the model out to the community if you all don't feel comfortable using it. We've got to get, so that's the part as you evolve this conversation. I'd like to see you cover. Going to your question though, also just be aware there are a lot of things that we are going to use the model for that aren't related to the questions that you all have. So as a, for instance, we're using the model right now for tracking microplastics. Right? Doesn't even the biogeochemical part at all. Don't feel like I'm going to come to this group to talk with that about. There are some that are maybe in the tweener zone. We're doing work for groups that are thinking about MCDR, marine carbon dioxide removal, essentially where they put in essentially things in the water that electrochemically change the pH. They want to know how many of these units they would have to put out in order to, we'll continue to take on that kind of work. I'm not going to go through you all to do it, but I want to make sure that you're informed about, because some of the things that we're doing for them might improve the models in ways that would help this. So we'll have to have those conversations.
Your commission is weighing in on those projects.
Well, that
right?
for sure as well. Yeah. But I would want to work with this group too. I don't want you to be in the dark. If you're helping me to prioritize what we work on in the future.
We appreciate that. And this project for OH has gotten so much attention. I would recommend that as you take on these other ROMS-BEC type modeling projects, that the team gives the Reader's Digest explanation of how this is different from that and the other thing. Because I don't think you have to worry so much about us conflating the different projects. We have the opportunity to ask you directly. But when the fact sheets and other materials go out from SCORP, it may be confusing for others how they differ. So I would just ask for that support.
Yep. Yeah. We can do that for sure.
Thank you.
Well, and I'll just say that the tweener I don't think it's a tweener from my perspective. In this scenario, we're thinking what kinds of things should we be doing to regulate nutrient impacts? And there's a community of folks who want more certainty in the model to make sure that we don't go off half-cocked. However, this is a different scenario where they're wanting you to use the model to tell us, go ahead, we're good. You don't have to,
Right. At the present time, they're not using it for regulatory purposes. They're using it for
Though they
planning.
will.
Right.
They
Planning
will, though.
purposes.
They're going to say this model says
At
this
some
is going to
point.
do.
Right. And that's where the tweener part comes in. When they're at the early phases, where they're just trying to do some calculations of what scaling they would need to do to be effective. Then it's not essentially a regulatory decision.
No, but they'll put it
it's-
in their report of waste discharge and they'll say, this is evidence to show that this is a good thing and you should be permitting
This
it.
is why it's a tweener. It could happen, but that's not what we're doing for them. But honestly, this is also one I anticipate that some of the runs that you all will ask for is, oh crap, it's going to cost this much money to do this. Couldn't I do like an MCDR at 1/10 of the cost and produce a better result? We have the ability to do that. Or not.
So do you feel like you have the right people on this committee to help? And then this is a question to all of you. Because in my view, I think that, we've got science advisors, right? And Steve, you got a thing and you've got a place and a role in the project. I just wondered, I'd like to have a more full conversation. Does everybody feel they've got the right people? I think having the right people in the group that's serving this function out, irrespective of my role, is really important going forward, because I'm just gonna say this bluntly. I think the only reason I'm sitting here is because of that fact, is that there wasn't the sort of developed process and communication for the regulated community to feel like, hey, this model, we know what's going on here. They felt like, I think there was some sense that there was just too many blind spots for them. So I think it's
this number 40 recommendation to me is an important one in terms of leaving a structure behind that will help avoid this scenario in the future and let all this effort and energy go into improving the model, improving water quality rather than trying to catch back up. And so I want to like, and I'd include whoever's left with us online too, make sure that we feel like and think about as we go through this next step, that we got the right folks sitting at this table to help Steve and to make, these are tough investment decisions. You're not gonna find a whole lot of simple decisions in here. And you're gonna have to compromise and trade off as you go forward. So I think having the right folks here is really, really important.
Kevin, are you thinking meaning the right sector representation or specific individuals? Because, for example, Karen's not replaceable where she's in terms of representing the agency. OPC is the same. So are we thinking about, for example, that discussion about NGO, right? Sean was welcomed as a formal member and so on and so forth. Is that the question at hand, which is, are we missing agency? Or is Lon just such a difficult person, we need to get rid of her and bring somebody else in? I mean, I'm trying to understand the question.
No, I think what I'm trying to say is that it's an opportunity to think about, do you have the right people here to help you? And I don't think it's another agency or a more representative. You can add people. That really doesn't get to it. But does it make sense to have one of the modelers on here? Does it make sense to have one of our panelists on here? Does it make sense to have another institution represented to give you some of this broader perspective and give you confidence in making decisions? That's the course of it. Just my interest is in leaving behind a structure that will allow this group to move forward in a way that focuses the energy and resources on improvement of the model.
Well, I think recalling Steve's suggestion for us to mull over adding the CTAC chair. I think that's one step.
That's one, yeah.
To address your question.
Yeah.
And do you want to agendize for discussion at our meeting from a month from now?
Oh, I don't think we need to agendize. If you guys, I'm just following up because what we didn't talk about in that CTAG conversation was the other folks that were kind of listed there. And so I'm comfortable, but I do want to make sure that you all have the support you need.
And I think we're sort of a small subgroup with some stand-ins. So I'm wondering if we ought to have this conversation with the group at large. And, again, there's some serious concerns about anybody in particular. That's when we might want to have a closed session, just hash it out and see where it goes.
Good idea. Okay. That was a tough slog.
Would have been worse on Zoom. And so, props to those of you who've been doing this on
Somebody
Zoom.
hung out this whole day on Zoom, wins an award from Kevin. You got an NWI pin waiting for you. Steve and I want to add Steve's original communication sort of bins in there. So I want to add this to that to the document. But I think what it looks like we want to do is we want to send this edited out IRP report matrix that includes both the recommendations kind of laid out, in chapter and verse, and I'll unhide the other columns so that stuff is there as well. This is now the quadrants assigned is now part of that spreadsheet. After Steve and I add those bins to it, so you can see how that kind of plays out. How long do you guys want to have it? Let's get some on the calendar now. You want to try to get some on the calendar now?
Us getting this
Yeah.
as soon as is feasible for y'all.
Yeah.
With Caitlin leaving in 2 weeks, I'd love to be able to bring it to her before she leaves. So that would be great.
I think we can get this out.
Thank you. I
today or
appreciate
tomorrow.
it. Yeah.
But let's look at our calendars because I know my calendar is hard to mess.
I'll throw out a date, afternoon of April 29th. Works for me.
I'm available.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't, you said you wanted to do it in the next 2 weeks?
No, not the meeting, just having the
Getting the
spreadsheet.
material.
Get
Oh,
stuff
I
done,
got you. Okay.
So we can meet with our team.
Yeah, that way Caitlin can have a look at it.
But there's a water reuse aqua joint workshop on the link between recycled water and nutrient removal, so you should all zoom into
You
that.
should zoom.
Since you're available. The
Will you
29th.
Send us.
Since I know you're all available. Yeah.
How about 1 o'clock on the 28th?
I will not be back yet, sorry. I'm out of town.
How about the afternoon of May 1st? Oh, no, that's not gonna work. May 1st and 2nd, or, well, the 2nd I could do the afternoon. No?
That's our annual meeting that you're not coming to. Phil Prater is.
Oh, well, that's
'Cause
because
you've got the
I'm
water
busy all
quality,
morning.
yeah.
Yes. I'm like,
Yeah. Is there a way to share a link in the chat? Well, like, can I just email you the link? Could you share it in the chat? I'm gonna share the link to the water reuse thing that I just mentioned.
not offering my time in Colorado. That would be- it's like- So starts to get tight.
Is the 28th. I will be coming back the night before very late. I can meet on the afternoon, the 28th if absolutely necessary. I may just be a little,
It works for me.
yeah,
I'm open 1 to 3,
okay,
assuming
then let's do it. Yeah,
an hour,
I'll be catching.
28th?
and a half,
then.
2 hours.
You should be able to get this done in an hour and a half. Because we're gonna have feedback. And I still don't think we need to prioritize all 40 for the 38. I think let me give that some thought, but let's schedule 2 hours and I'll try to get it done in 90
Because-
minutes.
I'm gonna focus on the 2 that are the 2 main,
Unfortunately, there's a lot of them.
you know, there are a lot there, but it's still more
Absolutely.
right sized.
Let's do that. Yeah, I think that's actually wise. to note that.
So 1 to 2:30 or 1:30 to 3.
Let's go to, 1 to 2:30 then.
Well,
Why don't you put 1 to 3 and then be finished in 90 minutes?
Oh, that is so,
Tiana, can you send a meeting for us out?
does not happen.
Just confirming Monday, April 28th, 1 to 3, possibly to end earlier.
Yes.
That sounds
Make
right.
the agenda 1
To
to
2:30.
We'll block our calendars till 3
Okay.
and be relieved when we get an extra half hour of our lives back.
On the 28th.
Who wants a link to the registration for the water reuse thing on the 29th?
I would. And that'll be on Teams. Yes,
There's, oh, you mean this meeting?
I'm just blocking my calendar because if I don't, it won't be available in 15 minutes. Karen, we have a room for you and Sam will escort you to the. Excellent. I'm just gonna pack up a few things. Try to retrieve my.
I'm gonna take a minute.
Do you want me to stick around?
Bill, are you still there with us?
Share
To you, I'm gonna crawl under it.
well, that's my point.
Yeah, he can talk.
Okay, good.
We're sticking out. Easier.
How is he? Hey,
What
Bill, I just
order
wanted
of
to see if,
magnitude do you
if
think
you
that's
wanted
going
to
to be?
have any comments or close it down before we took off.
Okay, I'm willing to hang out here till 4 o'clock.
Okay.
If they're lucky.
Yeah, she's gonna be right across from my office.
Bill, you're muted.
The rooms you like.
Just gonna let you go. Snow, thank you for having me. I'm gonna sign off too. I did take down the information for Dave, so I'm assuming that he'll get the appointment invite for the 28th, and we'll be sharing notes with him.
He will. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for your time, Laura. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Have you
Bye.
had on the agenda, you're going to take comments from the audience? I don't know.
Yeah, that was just kind of going through the audience, and I think we've now run through our entire audience now. Who's left?
I was looking at the people in the corner up there.
Yeah. Now let's go to the attendees. See who's there.
You don't have-
Oh, they can't talk.
They would have to be.
Yeah, they can't.
Okay, who's my escort?
Sam's gonna,
All right. Thank you so much.
Sharon, thank
Thanks
you
the
for
great
that. I appreciate it.
discussion.
That was a big deal, man.
no,
Does she know, is there a way for her to find me
yeah, I'll
after?
put you up near her.
Okay.
Yeah. The conference room she's at right across from my office. We were just there.
I can email you too. And if I'm nowhere to be found,
Always pigeons.
go ahead and leave.
We'll find her wandering on Fairview.
Might make it go faster.
Okay.
Some of the rest of us.
Want to grab some?
Yeah, I don't think that 6 PM is big amongst the spring break crowd, but the lines at Oakland Security getting here were pretty enormous.
Okay. How do you feel?
I think one of the things you want you is you put a lot of things in the high impact category.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Really aren't